Oh, do... Definitely. Okay, good morning. I see Councillor Myers, so we're good. We have quorum. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order. Right off the top, I'll tell you that according to our policy, sundown is 4 o'clock, so we got a lot to do. My name is Shelley Carroll. I'm the chair of the Budget Committee. We have quorum, so meeting number 11 is now resumed for its final day, the final day of a 3-day meeting. Budget Committee is hearing presentations from city service areas and asking detailed questions of divisional and agency staff on their budgets. The full schedule of presentations can be found on toronto.ca/council on Budget Committee Agenda Item BU 11.1. And if you want the sequence of today's considerations, keep scrolling down in that agenda to the summary section. Next week, Budget Committee will meet as subcommittees on Tuesday, January 20th and Wednesday, January 21st to hear public speakers on the 2026 budget. Members of the public who wish to speak at one of these meetings should email buc@toronto.ca and request to speak at one of the meetings. Speakers can participate in person or at one of the city civic centers or by video conference. Today, the Budget Committee will hear presentations and ask questions of the following groups: corporate services, which includes customer experience, corporate real estate management, environment, climate and forestry, fleet services, Toronto cybersecurity, and technology services. Questions on finance and treasury services and city manager services and other service budgets include Office of the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, Financial Operations and Control, City Manager Services, FIFA, Legal Services, Court Services, City Clerk's Office, City Council, and Office of the Mayor. Questions on agency budgets include Toronto Public Library, Toronto Public Health, Arena Boards of Management, Association of Community Centres, Create TO, Exhibition Place, Heritage Toronto, TO Live, Toronto Atmospheric Fund, Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, Toronto Parking Authority with respect to the rate, Toronto and Regional Conservation Authority, Toronto Zoo, and Sankofa Square. I want to let councillors know who may be listening in their offices or at home. On the agencies, I'm going to suggest, so that we don't have anyone hanging around all day that needn't, I'm going to suggest that we hear the first presentation. I'm going to leave it till about 10:15, and wherever we are in the meeting, at that point, I'm going to canvass on those agencies. If you are planning to ask questions, can you let me know by 10:15? Because I would really like to release those agencies where we don't have questions and we accept the budget presented by their boards. So 10:15, 10:30 at the latest, I really need to know if you need us to hold those agencies' staff here for questions. So, members, if you still need additional information that you don't find covered in the budget notes, the presentations, or the questions and answers we get from staff today, you can submit a motion requesting a specific briefing note. But we really have to ask that you send that briefing note in as soon as possible. Wherever possible, I want to have reviewed the briefing note and given staff a chance to cross-check it against the briefing notes already created and other things. And we would love to be able to do that over the lunch break. So wherever possible, if you can get it to us before the lunch break so that we can review them all and then get back to you and let you know if they're in order and will be moved. You can submit those briefing note requests, if you have them now, to buc@toronto.ca, and please provide permission to share your motion with the chair and with financial planning staff. And I encourage councillors, before requesting a briefing note, please read those already created that you can look up. If you look up a division, it will show you the operating note, the capital note, and if a briefing note has already been created proactively by staff, it's already there at briefing note number whatever when you search that division. So are there any other questions before we begin? Seeing none. Once again, sundown time is at 4 o'clock, so we're gonna work really efficiently today. I am now going to turn it over to Deputy City Manager David Jollymore to take us through the corporate services budget presentation. Good morning, Mr. Jollymore.
Good morning, Budget Chief Carroll, members of the Budget Committee, visiting councillors, and members of the public. My name is David Jollymore, Deputy City Manager, Corporate Services, and it is my pleasure to present the 2026 Corporate Services proposed operating and capital budgets. With me in the room is the Corporate Services Senior Management Team, who will be happy to answer more detailed divisional questions. A lot of work goes into developing the budget, and I want to thank the corporate services staff, particularly the finance teams and partners in finance and treasury, Steve, Althea, and their teams, for all of their work and collaboration to get us to this point. Before jumping in, I want to provide some context for the presentation and outline the key principles used in the preparation of this budget. This budget maintains core services and service levels, and all divisions in corporate services were able to meet our budget targets. As we always do in preparing the budget, our teams look for ways to reduce costs without impacting service. This budget prioritizes our focus on the city's key priorities, and this budget reflects both urban forestry and the island ferry service, now part of corporate services as of 2025, the transfer of the TO Live Capital Program to CREM, and includes additional funding to support an expansion of the city's air conditioning pilot program from last year and a new stormwater management pilot program. Here's the corporate services vision statement. At its core, we enable public services and partner with operating divisions to support their service delivery, and we provide corporate leadership by driving a citywide approach that prioritizes the best course of action for the city overall. Corporate Services is a service organization and supports the city's programs, divisions, and agencies' ability to provide their services and programs to the public and enables the corporation and the municipal government to operate. Over the next few slides, I'll speak to the accountabilities and scope of corporate services and how we support and align with the corporate strategic action plan and the city's top priorities. In terms of the divisions that make up corporate services, the Customer Experience Division, led by Daniele Serafim, is striving to be the key point of access, connecting the public to the services, programs, and information they need, whether that is online, in person, over the phone, and we are striving to reduce barriers to access and drive positive service experiences. Corporate Real Estate Management, led by Pat Matozo, Fleet Services, led by Abby Thomas, and Technology Services, led by Sonia Brar, are the city's corporate asset managers and stewards of billions of dollars of assets which enable critical public services. Toronto Cybersecurity, led by Manish Agnihotri, with Technology Services, enable the secure implementation of innovative technology solutions and work together to secure the city's infrastructure and data. And finally, in 2025, Corporate Services took on several additional important city functions. Forestry. We brought together the former Environment and Climate Division and the Forestry Branch to form the new Division of Environment, Climate, and Forestry, led by James Noland. This new division is the city's center of excellence on key sustainability priorities, providing stewardship of Toronto's urban forest, building Toronto's climate resilience, leading the city's response to the climate crisis, and supporting all communities to take on environmental action for future generations. Ferry service. The city's ferry service is also now part of corporate services following an operational review. The service is a critical link for residences, businesses, and visitors to travel to Toronto Islands, and we are focused on preparing for the arrival of 2 new electric ferries, including shoreside infrastructure upgrades and customer service improvements at the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal. TO Live Capital. CREM is now responsible for planning and delivery of TO Live's capital program, including the city's 3 theater facilities. In terms of scope and scale, Corporate Services is one of the city's largest asset managers and plays a citywide leadership and oversight role, working with city divisions, agencies, and corporations. There are lots of stats on this slide, but I wanted to highlight some key ones. The Customer Experience Division managed 1.3 million interactions with members of the public in 2025 and issued over 500,000 service requests to operating divisions on the public's behalf. Corporate Real Estate Management manages $7.1 billion in assets, running and maintaining over 450 buildings, including the key corporate assets. CREM also provides various other real estate and property management services to an additional 1,000 facilities across the city's portfolio. Fleet Services has stewardship over the country's largest municipal fleet, with 700 million of assets, including over 8,000 diverse and specialized vehicles and equipment. As I mentioned, in 2025, Fleet Services took carriage of the Island Ferry Service, which provides year-round service for more than 1.4 million passenger trips annually. Environment, Climate, and Forestry. The city's tree canopy is massive, including 11.5 million trees and a valuable city asset. In 2025 alone, the urban forestry team planted 136,000 new trees. Technology Services manages and secures $200 million of technology hardware assets, including 1,200 public-facing and enterprise solutions across 800 networked facilities across the city. We support all of the key priorities of the city. Some of our linkages to the corporate strategic plan are obvious, and some are not. My hope is that through the balance of the presentation, I will connect those dots. Now to the numbers. This slide presents the Corporate Services 2026 budget overview. The 2026 operating budget gross expenses total $679 million and net expenses of $434 million. The proposed 2026 net operating budget is 16.9 or 4.1% higher than the 2025 budget. From a gross expenditure perspective, our budget increased $33.5 million or 5.2%. $19.7 million in salaries and benefits, which includes merit and step increases, filling existing vacancies to meet service levels, and annualization of positions. $12.6 million from inflation, driven by the rising cost of utilities, contracted services like security, facilities maintenance, tree maintenance, technology contracts, fleet parts, and fuel. $8.1 million tied to operating impacts from capital, and $3.1 million in other changes in new and enhanced investments. I want to say that we are keenly focused on driving efficiency and value for money. This year, once again, we identified real savings benefiting both corporate services and other divisional budgets given our corporate-wide mandate. For this budget, corporate services drove $10 million, or 18% of the city's total efficiencies in our budget alone, and $21 million, or 37% of the citywide savings overall, despite only accounting for 3.7% of the city's consolidated gross expenditure budget. Our efforts on the technology side through rationalization of software licenses or our negotiations of the shelter hotel agreements have significant positive impacts not fully reflected in these numbers. In terms of the $10 million of efficiency we delivered in this budget, $5.2 million through the decommission of legacy solutions, reduction in service contract costs, consistent standards and policies for mobile device management, and better management of vendors and licenses. $2.5 million through contract renegotiation, maximizing the use of in-house staff, and reducing reactive maintenance. $1 million through vehicle replacements with electric equivalents, maintenance realignment activities, and tire savings. $0.7 million through adjusting tree maintenance and management and optimizing existing forestry software licenses, and $0.5 million through discontinuation of operational technology licenses, transitioning to a unified platform. From a revenue perspective, we are expecting year-over-year increases of $16.5 million, $6.2 million from leasing revenues and user fees, $4.1 million in recoveries from capital, $4 million in recoveries primarily from the rate programs, and $2.2 million in other changes. In this budget, headcount increases by 109 FTEs, a 3.5% increase, mainly driven by our investment in ferry operations. Now, looking at the capital program over the 10-year horizon, which totals $5.1 billion. Our 10-year plan has increased compared to last year's submission with the addition of the ferry replacement and the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal Improvement Project and the TO Live capital program. 2/3 of the plan is to support health and safety, legislative, and SOGR requirements to ensure access to safe, clean, and operational facilities and vehicles, and maintenance of the city's digital infrastructure. 1/3 of the plan is to support service improvement and growth, to support our action on the climate, achieve our transformed TO goals, our targets, real estate capital projects in support of city priorities like housing, and technology solutions to modernize and protect the city's infrastructure and improve our service. Several of the corporate services risks and challenges are tied to the corporate risks identified by the city manager and the CFO. Talent. I make this point every year because I really mean it. Our people, our greatest asset, and we provide our services through these people. Corporate services relies on a broad, diverse, specialized workforce with niche expertise, such as in technology, cyber, and the skilled trades. We also have an aging workforce with deep institutional knowledge that we need to plan appropriately for. Sustainability and resilience. The city's sustainability and climate agenda relies heavily on the leadership and action of the entire community and the other levels of government. The city is prioritizing affordability for its residents, and the city alone cannot afford what it will take to meet ambitious climate targets. A shifting policy and program landscape in 2025 at the provincial and federal levels is an ongoing source of uncertainty. Asset lifecycle management. In terms of our assets, our SOGR needs outpace the funding available, and we need to balance requests for new capital projects with maintaining and optimizing our existing assets. Service experience. We are focused on driving real service experience improvement to meet increasing public expectations and need to do so in a manner that is transformational but does not compromise service continuity or overwhelm the organization with change. Like the broader city budget, we have a multi-year plan related to our key priorities that will ensure our effective delivery of service outcomes, maintaining base operations, and enabling city priorities. We have a focus on talent. We made great strides in 2025 with the expansion of our technical trades apprenticeship programs and have plans to further expand the number of trades eligible into 2026 and maintain a focus on equity as we do so. Our technology team, our technology team also launched a talent attraction program in 2025 that brought 65 interns and co-op students with an intent to hire upon graduation. We are also keenly focused on succession planning and stabilizing our future talent pipeline. Sustainability and resilience. The city remains committed to leading and supporting climate action and resilience efforts through new support programs like the furnace replacement program and delivering air conditioning units to vulnerable Torontonians. We are enhancing the way we protect and maintain our urban forest, a key resilience asset. We will continue to mature the city's overall cyber posture through our expanded mandate, covering corps and agencies, and advancing our business continuity plans with investments in our network, data centers, and the cloud. Asset lifecycle management. We are reducing the size of our SOGR backlog over the 10-year planning horizon and focusing on preventative maintenance, a tool to reduce financial pressures. It's cheaper to maintain it than to fix it when it fails. Fleet has improved preventative maintenance compliance by 41% over the past 3 years, resulting in improved operating efficiencies and improved equipment reliability. CREM preventative maintenance compliance rates have more than doubled over the last several years to 70% in 2025 versus reactive maintenance, which is more expensive. Across all asset types, we are aggressively rationalizing every corporate asset the city owns or leases. A couple of examples. On the real estate side, we continue to exit leases. To date, we have collapsed 27 leases, generating approximately $12.4 million in annual operating cost savings, and we continue to look for opportunities to solutions programs needed real estate in our owned asset to exit additional leases. On the technology side, we decommissioned 550 fax lines last year, a 45% reduction, and disconnected 1,235 wireless lines. On the fleet side, we continue to remove underutilized assets from the fleet and reduce the costly use of rental vehicles. Service experience. Finally, we are refreshing our focus on technology to how it can improve the public's accessing city services. Through better and more transparent data, including through the use of public service performance dashboards, we can predict service trends, drive action on customer feedback, and make targeted improvements. This slide details our total and net 2026 operating budget, and the breakdown is shown here. In terms of the gross operating expenses for our service area, our $680 million is focused on baseline operations and keeping the lights on, supporting legislative and health and safety requirements for our core assets, and supporting the key priorities that I covered in the last slide. In terms of how the operating budget is funded, how we spend the money, on the left you will see corporate services budget is primarily tax funded. On the right you can see the breakdown of our gross expenses, primarily in salaries and benefits and contracted service delivery, reflecting corporate services hybrid service delivery model. The growth in our budget we are seeing is driven primarily by inflation in these two areas. As I previously presented, the 2026 net operating budget for corporate services is $434.4 million, and you can see the divisional breakdown and changes from the 2025 budget. Now on to the capital budget. This slide includes the capital breakdown and funding sources. The two largest capital programs in corporate services are in corporate real estate management, primarily debt funded, and fleet services, primarily funded by the reserves. This slide includes the distribution of capital for the service area. Approximately $3 billion, or 57% of our plan, is dedicated to life cycle asset management, which is primarily SOGR. There is an overall increase in the 10-year plan of $358.2 million versus last year. We see a $151.8 million increase in SOGR, primarily in CREM and fleet, including the impact of CREM assuming responsibility for the TO Live capital program. We see a $295 million increase in our investment in climate action, primarily in CREM and fleet to support asset transition to zero emission. We also saw a decrease of $105 million in strategic real estate development, reflecting major projects progressing and completing, and a refocus on SOGR for the assets we already have. In terms of the 10-year outlook, a bit different from the one-year view, we see a greater contribution from debt when looking over the 10-year horizon, mainly attributed to the ferry fleet replacement, technology enablement projects, and CREM's SOGR program. There is also an increase in reserves, which is mainly attributed to an increase in the fleet capital program in the latter 5 years, with sizable increases in paramedic services, fire services, and solid waste management. We also have been working with client divisions and agencies to account for the higher cost of zero-emission vehicles through increased contributions from their operating budgets. Looking at our state of good repair backlog, over 90% of the SOGR backlog is from aging buildings in CREM. We have an old portfolio of facilities with an average age of over 50 years, and the needed capital investments are significant and will continue to grow. That said, the curve is flatter than last year, and the CREM budget certainly sees the benefit of the additional $200 million of additional funding from the upload of Gardner and the DVP. We have been very focused on effectively executing our capital programs, and we see that spend rates continue to improve. and we are forecasting to be over 90% for 2025, up from 66% in 2024 and 59% in 2023. There is more information around the capital budget included in the appendices for your reference. That concludes my presentation, and the division heads and I are happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Okay. It's still 10 o'clock, so I'm going to suggest we go into some questions and start going through these divisions. And then I'm going to canvass again, councillors watching in their office or their staffs. I'm going to canvass some of the agencies in the afternoon to see if some of them, there are no questions and we can release them. I'll do that about 10:30. So we're going to start into some of the corporate services division. So let's start with customer experience, and then we'll dig into CREM. Customer experience. There are questions on this one. I see Councillor Sachs, so let's start with visitors to the committee. Councillor Sachs, do you want to take it away?
Yes, thank you very much. Daniela and team, appreciate all your hard work in this. My question is about the closing the loop difficulties. I mean, you mentioned it a couple of times. It's a primary risk and a primary objective. What I couldn't tell is this a budget constraint? What is the obstacle in being able to, so closing the loop, being able to tell what happens when a service request is submitted so that we can tell and residents can tell what, did someone take it seriously? Was their action, is the problem fixed? And which has been a continuing problem. Is this a budget limit, or is this something else? And do you have the resources you need to make this work?
To the chair, and thank you, Councillor Sachs. This is not a budget constraint for us. We are focused. We committed to the Service Excellence Committee to come back in May with a plan. As we're working towards closing the loop, we just hired a full-on team that is working with the divisions, and we've launched already a pilot with your office, which is great. So we're working towards that, and you should hear more on the plan coming back to the committee in May.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions? Okay, great. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, we're on customer experience right now, otherwise known as 311. Did you have any questions on this division? Okay, I'm going to bring it in then to Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Danielle. I just wanted to elaborate on the question from Councillor Sachs around the Closing the Loop project. As you know, it's something we're all very excited about, and I think will be a great improvement. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the goals for the project in 2026? I understand we have a report coming forward, which we look forward to, but I wonder if you could share some more on that.
Absolutely. To the chair, we plan on having clear descriptive milestones throughout the multi-step, and it's different by division, right? So we'll have high volume service requests, which there's a sequence of activities involved for a tree removal, so we'll make sure that that is provided back to the resident. In other terms, we have to get better notes back to the resident when things are completed, or we're looking at even having the photos and working with technology to make sure that when something is completed, a pothole, there's a picture taken and given back to the resident. So lots of milestones. That's just really high level. From a simplification of a service request, we're looking into simplifying to make it easier for the public so that they can have easier ways to get to their service requests and get updates, clear updates to what to expect.
That's fantastic. I just have two quick follow-up ones around, do we anticipate once we get through this work on closing the loop efficiencies within various divisions for the work that we're currently doing?
That's the hope for us in the customer experience division, not only with closing the loop, but with one of our main priorities for 2026, which is our update of our mobile and app that everyone's really excited for. We got approval to continue that. So that's our focus, and that will create digital adoption for residents to move to those self-serve channels versus just calling in.
Great.
And Sorry, Deputy Mayor, just to supplement the answer, the other thing that we've been doing is we've been undertaking lean reviews for the high volume service requests, right? Looking at the process end to end, not just the 311 piece, but the actual operating division and the way that they provide the service, and then the communication between 311 and the operating division to ensure that the public is well informed. So we have a plan through 2026 to continue those lean workshops on those high volume service requests, and we do expect that, service delivery improvement for sure, and potentially efficiency gains.
That's the last question that I had, and thank you for that supplementary answer, was really just around the service standards. Can we expect as council that there might be a discussion as we move through this process to come back to review service standards and maybe update within divisions as needed?
So that's something that is approved for the divisions by council, but certainly as we're working towards this efficiency and operational review, we can review and answer any questions that the councilors have on SLAs.
Great. Thank you so much. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And a reminder, we can't change the service standard in the budget, so that's standing committee work. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, is there investment this year that includes an action that would help us have account login capability in the 311 app that could lead us to auto field filling for personal information, so that when you're doing new cases, you don't always have to keep filling in the same fields over and over again?
Yes, so the capital plan for 2026 includes funding to upgrade our front-end digital experience, including improvements to the 311 website and mobile app. And to answer your question, account login and autofill capabilities are planned for a future phase, aligned with the ongoing rollout of the Corporate City Toronto Login Initiative that I'm currently working with technology services right now.
So when you say future phase, you mean not in 2026?
Not in 2026, we're looking at 2027.
Okay, and does this budget include the incorporation of AI analysis of cases by divisions with reporting on trends and suggestions for efficiencies and improvements?
So we're working on getting service data into the Toronto data platform, and we're working closely with Sonia and Technology, which will then allow for AI use cases, including reporting and trending. This is the reason why we're building the Toronto data platform, so it will be very helpful. And this work is captured in the budget for this year. I do want to say we are, in the meantime, working manually, put it that way, without AI, in providing trending and reporting, and you can see some of our new counselor updates through the 311 dashboards you've been getting.
Great, thank you. Is there investment this year on exploring AI call diversion and triaging, similar to what police are now doing? They're going to be transitioning their non-emergency line to have multilingual AI be able to auto-detect languages for non-emergency calls.
So our focus for 2026 is improving the front end, meaning our app and our mobile. So that is how we plan on diverting calls to self-serve channels for general information and service requests. Within the 2026 budget, there are no dedicated funds for multilingual AI call detection per se. However, CXD and TSD, we're currently conducting a proof of value for the contact center to move to the cloud phone system, and that will help us with tools for AI for diversion. But in the meantime, our focus is increasing digital adoption. That's our 2026 goal.
So any type of AI in terms of the 311 phone system would not be implemented until 2027 or beyond?
That's correct. The AI we have at 311 right now is to support our staff in answering the phone calls. And that's what we will have as a pilot coming up by the end of the month.
Okay. And just back to closing the loop that all of us councillors are very passionate about, is there going to be more direct system connection so that when other divisions cases close, that data feeds directly back into the 311 system?
So the budget does include closing the loop. So our goal is to be seamless throughout the divisions. We do have complex systems. So we are looking as part of our closing the loop plan that is coming in May 2026 to look at how we better integrate between divisions and share information.
And that integration would then set up for future year development so that people could log in through their user account and track themselves the state of their cases. Is that something that we're working towards?
That's the goal.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been actually asked and answered, but I do have one more. So you've noted several factors in 2026, such as FIFA, that are likely to lead to an influx of 311 service requests. How are you allocating resources to ensure that you are meeting customer experience standards?
So we are budgeted accordingly. We're confident that our existing funding levels will allow us to maintain service standards. CXD strategy is focusing on expanding the self-serve, so we're hoping that will offset the increase in calls. But with any contact center, our goal is to proactively be prepared for the call increase. In case of reactiveness, we have to reactively add hours as needed, but with private sector contact centers, we will never be staffed for surges like 7,000 calls, where today we do 3,000. So when you see an airline on strike and you're waiting 5 hours, it's very similar, so we have to staff appropriately. And we deal with that with surges and working with our staff to make sure their workforce management is well-equipped.
Excellent. Just go back to what Councillor Chang mentioned earlier about, BIs and constituents creating their own accounts and going into it and trying to figure out where they are and making sure that they're tracking themselves. Is that reflective in the budget? Do you have the funds to make sure that you have the resources to make that happen?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, we do have funds in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor Myers, sorry.
Thank you. Just a question on page 4 or 14 on the average handle time. And the 2025 projection is 314 seconds and the target was 270. Just wondering what's being done to get closer to the target. And then I noticed for 2026 and 2027, the target's actually been increased to 330. So just wondering what's happening there.
So just on average handle time, just an explanation, this is the amount of time our staff speaks with our residents. So things like VHT takes a long time to go through, right? So we go on the website, we show them where to fill out the form. So we have our target. Obviously for general inquiries, we try to have a target where we get off the phones fast, but we also, it's a fine balance in having great customer service and being there with the resident to make sure that they don't feel rushed either.
Thank you. So is the complexity of the calls, is that the reason we've increased the target?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. I think those are all the questions for customer experience. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're on a roll. Those were very succinct answers and questions. So the next division is corporate real estate management, where things will probably get a little more squishy. Questions for CREM. I have Councillor Sachs. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, are you going to have any questions here? Councillor Perks, all I can see is a chair. We'll ask in a bit. Councillor Sachs, why don't you get us started?
Yes, thank you very much. So my first question is just to confirm, there's no planned cuts hidden anywhere in this budget to the hours of the low-paid staff?
My apologies to the chair. Could you repeat the question, please? Sorry, couldn't hear you.
I just wanted to make sure that we don't have hidden anywhere in this budget any planned cuts to the hours of our low-paid staff, such as the cleaning staff, the same problem we had 2 years ago. Okay, good. The second thing is you mentioned that you're working on compliance with AOTA, the Access for Ontarians with Disability Act. As I recall, the deadline passed in 2025. When do you think that all of the CREM buildings will comply?
To you, Madam Chair. We've been working on this program for the last 6 years. Of course, COVID put a bit of a dent in our program. I can't speak to the legislative requirement. Maybe legal can speak to that. But we've probably got about 2 or 3 more years of completing all the AODA work within our portfolio of buildings.
Okay. So better late than never. So you mentioned energy conservation and demand management. That usually produces significant financial savings over time. Do you have an estimate as to how much energy conservation demand management has saved you so far and how much is available to be saved?
To you, Madam Chair, Councillor, it's done on a case-by-case basis, so I don't have a order of magnitude.
All right, so maybe you can ask for a briefing note on this, but I guess would be good to know what you've achieved so far, but what are the major opportunities to use energy conservation and demand management to save both money and energy um, in the next year or two, and do you have the resources to do it? And again, is that something you can answer now, or do we need a
No,
briefing
no,
note?
Councillor, to you, Madam Chair, I can answer it now. You know, the big part of our net zero funding in our capital plan is around fuel switching. So we've identified, going through our 450 buildings, that 164 of those buildings actually generate 83% of all the GHGs. So we've actually developed a program to address this over the next 10 years. So what we're doing is basically we have 44 feasibilities in flight today. We're going out to market another 44. So our plan is we've got 44 feasibilities that are moved to design next year, construction in 2028, and then continue that forecast, because our goal is to get, you know, this 83% sort of reduction done by 2034, 2035.
Well, those are big, important steps, and certainly the fuel switching, very important. But I was also wondering whether there's an energy conservation opportunity that is not yet funded that would provide a good payback to the city.
To you, Madam Chair, that there isn't right now, but we'll work with James and Environment and Climate on that.
Okay. You've got $1 billion, more, 1.3 billion backlog of urgently needed repairs, which is really scary for all the reasons we keep talking about. If you had another $1 million, what's the biggest bang for the buck you could get for that?
Thank you for the question. I would approach it a little differently, Councillor. I think what's important is being the stewards of assets, how can we look at the assets from a citywide perspective, so that, you know, collectively, you know, CREM, Parks, and all the divisions are looking capital more holistically, so we can address the backlog from that perspective, Councillor, because right now each group is basically managing their own capital. So we want to, you know, work with each of the organizations or each of the divisions so that we can, you know, harmonize the capital and look at it more holistically to determine, you know, where the best investments are. Because let's, for example, I have 10 roofs I need to fix, Parks has 10 roofs, other divisions. It's in our best interest to look at the capital more holistically and look at those investments so we can deal with state of good repair more holistically.
And are there any major opportunities to save long-term money with short-term investments that we're not yet doing?
You know, Councillor, that's one of the things we're working on right now. In our budget notes, we're doing 1,500 building condition assessments. We've completed 500, another 500 this year, and another 500 next year. By collecting this data, putting it in a database for all of the divisions and some of the agencies as well, collectively as a city, we can look more holistically and more strategically on how to make those investments. So as David had mentioned earlier, you know, CREM has done a very good job of turning the table on demand versus preventative. You know, 5 years ago, we were 80% reactive, 20% preventative. Today, we're 70% preventative and 30% reactive. So we're extending the life of the assets while we collect more data on capital to make better decisions.
Very impressive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I already canvassed Councillor Chernos-Lynn, so we're bringing it in, and I have Councillor Moyes first.
Sure, thank you. So the St. Lawrence Market, the North Market, I asked that if the St. Lawrence Market team could explore opportunities for short-term activation. I was told that there was not enough staff capacity. So do you require additional FTE to ensure that the North Market is being utilized to its fullest potential?
to you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Moyes. Councillor, we've accounted for that in our 26 budget. The team is putting together, a strong marketing plan. We do anticipate increasing revenue by about $750,000 this year. So it's a multi-year plan, but definitely the focus is on St. Lawrence Market North as a whole to increase revenue and provide more event planning.
Excellent. And you answered my second question, which is good, $750,000. In 2024, we realized the loss of leasing of revenues from the provincial courts leaving Old City Hall. Have those revenues been fully restored with the courts returning to the North Market?
So on a net basis, Councillor, I look at our revenue overall. There was a decrease in our overall revenue as a result of Ministry of Attorney General moving to their new courthouse, but we've been able to offset that revenue with some Metrolinx license revenue. So right now, our revenue is fairly stable in terms of being able to cover some of our operating costs.
Okay. And on the North Market, I see that, sorry, it's a TPA question, but the parking lot is not being well utilized right now. What are we doing to raise revenue up?
The challenges, and maybe later you could ask Corey. I think the issue with the parking at St. Lawrence Market North is a result of a lot of the corporate seatings are virtual, so that's why we're not seeing a major use of that facility at this time.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Okay. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering, what was the cost per parking spot for building the 250 parking spots at St. Lawrence North?
Thank you for the question. So when the project first started, TPA contributed $14 million to the cost of the project. So that averages out about $56,000 per spot.
Which is substantially lower than what developers tell us it costs them to build parking. Very interesting. Is there an expectation that the investment in building this asset will be cost recovered and eventually generate revenue?
To you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Great, that's hopeful and good news. And are there opportunities to create similar assets in other centers in our city for the cultural vibrancy and opportunity that they create for the various areas of density in our city?
Councillor, corporate real estate is the operational arm of real estate, but there's always that opportunity, working with the Housing Development Office, working with Creatio on future developments to see how they can integrate those type community hubs and other types of event opportunities.
Great. And my last question is about workplace modernization. As we've seen, there's been some return to work mandates in the city, and we are shrinking our footprint, and there could be one day the city might flip a switch, or just the need of maybe there's an emergency and everybody needs to be all hands on deck in person. What flex do we have in our current shrinking of footprint across the city that if we needed to get everybody in person for whatever reason, do we have that flexibility in what we are working towards with regard to the workplace modernization plan?
Thank you for the question, and to you, Madam Chair. So currently, under the 3-day work week mandate, we have sufficient space to cover all of the employees of the city. Depending on changes within the mandates, Councillor will have to deal with that at that time. But right now, we do have sufficient space to cover off for the 3 days.
What I would add, though, through the chair, is that it would cost the city additional money if we went over the 3 days, because we would have to go out and lease space on the open market.
So generally, I think people generally work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. That seems to be. So how does that work? Because our divisions balancing, like by saying, we'll be here on Monday and Friday, and next week you get Tuesday to Thursday. How does that work that we can accommodate all the divisions, but on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is what I hear is the general, consensus of the days people prefer to come in person.
Thank you for the question. And to you, Madam Chair, we have worked closely with all of the divisions with respect to it's a 5-day work week, and for the divisions managers, directors to work with their staff, make sure that they're utilizing the 5 days. So it's about education, monitoring it, going back to all the divisions, sharing information with them, so holding their hands through this process.
Okay, and then my last question is with regard to the workplace modernization budget, how much is the budget about acquiring spaces like real estate transactions versus renovation of spaces to be able to accommodate this flex work model that we have?
My apologies, Councillor. Could you repeat?
So what percentage of the budget is dedicated to renovating office spaces to be able to accommodate this flex work model? And I'm imagining a lot of our older assets have cubicles. They're kind of designed in a way where people kind of move into that space permanently versus the hot desk model. So what investment is the city making to upgrade our workspaces to be able to accommodate this model?
Councillor, currently to you, Madam Chair, currently in our budget, we have a $182 million earmarked for that.
And is it spread across the city or is it concentrated at Metro Hall?
Currently, it's concentrated at Metro Hall and City Hall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Going to move across the room. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I have a number of questions. I was also going to ask about the sort of office space accommodation piece as well. It sounds like there's a plan in place. I know City Manager has given direction and there's ongoing work there. So I'll leave that as asked and answered. In terms of the 1,000 building leases that we manage through CREM, what number of FTEs are dedicated to managing those 1,000+ leases?
To you, Madam Chair, to you, Deputy Mayor, we have a real estate staff, about 60 FTE that manage that portfolio.
I'm not sure if you have this information available in terms of the status of those leases. Are the vast majority of those leases in good standing? Or in I don't know real estate language, so.
So to you, Madam Chair, I don't have the actual stats, but yes, the majority of them in good standing.
Okay. I'll follow up offline. As you know, I've had an ongoing challenge with a couple in my own building, and the staff turnover in that area has been one of the biggest challenges. Can you speak to any investments in this budget to staff turnover, staff retention, and continuity specific to lease management?
To you, Madam Chair, to the Deputy Mayor, we do have funding in our budget to fill those vacancies.
Okay. I may do a briefing request note on that one, so I'll work with staff on that. I'll leave it there. That's it for me. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. First question is, Council had asked for a review of the Scarborough Civic Center as a strategic asset, and I didn't see anything in here on the budget, but I know that work is underway. So can you just please give an update as to where we are on that?
Absolutely. So, Councillor, have you been actively involved in that? So all the consultations, all the information has been gathered. The team is currently working on the report now, so we're hoping to bring that report in Q1 of 2026.
Q1 2026?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Just pull this up. Also, I see there was the elimination of security support services at City Parks, so that's the ending of one-time funding for security support services at City Parks, which is part of the city's overall management of encampments in 2027. Is that meaning that there will no longer be security guards at the encampments?
No, that's not correct, Councillor. Like, there is federal funding, and there is funding for this year to cover the encampment security.
So is the money being replaced by the federal government?
Sorry. To you, Madam Chair, through Shelters Encampment Office. That's correct.
So it's
There are a number of places, if I can just interject, Councillor, where when the budgets were drafted and these notes were created, we had not yet reached our agreement with the federal government with some of the responses there. So there are a couple of anomalies in the notes where they're not updated in that respect. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I've come to understand that there was a change made in terms of staffing, staff having to go through a sort of centralized office in order to ask for minor repairs to be done. And I didn't see anything about that in the budget note. I know it was a change made last year. Is there any update as to how that change is going? I ran into an issue where we needed something fixed and they couldn't just order it themselves. They had to go through a central body in order to order that, and that delayed it, and we resolved it, but I just want to know where that is.
So, Councillor, what we've done, we did a realignment in 2025, and apologies that didn't get taken care of, but now we have a centralized service desk. We've developed a service desk portal that actually streamlines that process. We also have a implemented dispatch last year. So, Councillor, if it's an emergency, always make a call so that it gets addressed immediately. But if it's something that is not immediate, we can use the portal. Then that work order then gets distributed to the correct person. So we have a whole technical service team now. So we would have been in transition at that point into the new operating model, and that's probably why you ran into a bit of a challenge there. But it's streamlined now and it works well.
Thank you. What's the resolution time between the time a work order goes in and the time it's actually completed? And what's the target?
So if what we refer to as an L1 emergency, it's immediate within 3 to 5 hours. If it's I think an L2, it's within 5 days. If it's an L3, it's within 30 days because it's not that urgent. But what we do with L3s, which is important, we monitor them to the 28th day, because if there are 3 or 4 or 5 L3s at a specific location, we will bundle that and then send out a technician to do that work all at once.
Thank you. And do you have your completion rates for the L1s, L2s, and L3s in terms of how many you've reached, with what percentage were resolved within the target days?
Yeah, so we generally, to work to a 85% completion rate on L1s, L2s, L3s. We have actually business analytics tools, Councillor, that we not only use for ourselves, but share with our clients as well.
So do you have the figures for 2025 or no?
Yes, I do. It's actually on page 5 of our budget notes. It's 86.6%. Sorry, 88.6%.
Oh, so this is the all demand maintenance work orders. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I don't see Councillor Brooks there. So the next person on the list I have written down is me. Let me start my clock there. I want to return to a statement in Deputy City Manager's presentation, which was about a shift across all of these areas in terms of shifting to proactive maintenance instead of reactive. And so is that a dollar target that's being set for each, or just something you're managing and overseeing in the cluster? I don't remember the statement exactly.
Yeah, so there's a Chair. So there's a very heavy emphasis on proactive action versus reactive action because it's more expensive on the reactive side. So all of the operational units that have a maintenance function are driving towards increasing the proactive maintenance. So we have metrics around this, and all the teams are aligned on shifting to preventative versus reactive.
Oh, and so as you shift there, a lot of it's being done by operations staff.
Yes, that is correct.
It doesn't evolve into a capital budget.
No, that's correct. These are operating dollars, so that applies to CREM and fleet primarily. I trying to think if there's other forestry operations, for sure. So any of these operations that have a preventative maintenance function, we're pushing to increase that metric.
Okay, so I'm glad you used the word metric, because if I go back many moons ago, part of the reason we got into kind of the struggle we were in for a number of years in capital facilities and parks was that was expected. There was a lot of, can you guys just fix that? Can you just go do those cupboards this afternoon? Ops staff, as opposed to making a capital budget. But the tracking fell down, and then we didn't really have a facilities index across the board in that area. We didn't really know what shape all of our assets were in. It took a long time to catch that up. So I would hate to see that happen again. So what are the metrics? How are we going to track who's doing what, who's evaluating, so that you still have a good facilities index and don't lose track of what building really needs a good going over?
To you, Madam Chair, we actually, the beauty of what we've done over the last couple of years in terms of using our work order management system and be able to build business analytics tools, and we've done asset tagging within CREM itself, and we're rolling that out over the next 2 years for all of the divisions. It allows us to collect the maintenance data against the building condition assessment data. So that data that we're collecting is very important, not just from work order, but so we need to understand if a piece of building equipment is being repaired more often or requires additional maintenance, and then looking at what the building condition assessment says, for example. So if we're spending, say, $50,000 annually on a repairs, when the piece of equipment could be replaced for, say, $300,000, but it's 5 years up, we would replace it today. We wouldn't wait 5 years. So that's the benefit of the preventative maintenance program. It's the benefit of asset tagging, be able to collect that work order management data, the repair data, and apply it to the capital planning process. So it's a work in progress, still a couple of years out from rolling it out citywide, but that's the intent really of how we capital plan with respect to state of good repair.
So within your unit of positions, people who do the capital planning, are they training the operators, the users of the assets? My examples are going to come from police service facilities. I'm less concerned about workstations and more concerned about walls caving in and ceilings coming down and all the vermin in them, that sort of thing, which happened in one building. Often, if you got a great data management system in your corporate real estate management, but the staff themselves don't know that they're supposed to be interacting. They're just saying, we don't know. Yeah, the place is a mess, but no one's come by lately. So are they being trained that how they feed into your data management system?
Absolutely, Councillor. With the realignment I did in 2026, we did extensive training through the fall with all our frontline staff to understand the new model.
Your staff, but what about the users of the asset?
So that's another piece of it. That's the second piece, Councillor. So we split technical services from those that actually work with the clients, and it's really working really well, Councillor. So one of the things that we've also done, in addition to training our own staff, connecting with all of our clients and those that work in the facilities, we do quarterly business reviews with all the senior staff of whether it's police, whether it's fire, whether it's paramedics, whether it's shelters, and all of our clients. So while the staff are working day in and day out, the directors are meeting with their directors, and then on a quarterly basis, I meet with senior level with my directors. So if there are any issues, we address it, not only if it's something happening as an emergency or reactive, but at a strategic level, we're meeting quarterly to discuss any issues and working those out.
Okay, okay.
And one of the other things I did
That is progress, yeah. And you have the positions to do that in your capital unit?
That's correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. I used all my time. Thanks, everyone. Are there any other questions on corporate real estate management? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to environment, climate, and forestry. This is the first time, I think this is the first budget where forestry is reporting in this unit. They were sort of straddling last time. Okay, so questions on environment, climate, and forestry. Surprise, surprise. Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
I knew you'd be shocked. Okay. On page 3 of the notes, you mentioned that last year, I got some money for maintenance and watering of young trees. Did that improve the tree survival, and is that program continuing this year?
To the chair, first, thank you very much for that. Hard to tell exactly at this point in time, 1 year in, whether the watering has improved the survival, but we are monitoring and looking and making sure we can see that. But we would anticipate, just based on our experience, that it will improve the tree's survival. As it relates to our overall watering program, that will continue as it has in the past, but we continue to look at opportunities just to make that more efficient, building on the work that happens already as part of our regular work, but we'll continue to do that work.
Okay. On page 12, you say you're cutting one of the 2 staffers that we added last year for your division to work with the nature stewards. I mean, the nature stewards offer a huge amount of volunteer work to look after ravines and nature spaces, and their participation was really held back by the lack of staff support. Now you're cutting one of the 2 of them. Don't we get more environmental bang for the buck from that one staffer, $70,000 to get the volunteers to work than we're going to get from spending $385,000 on rain barrels, which we know don't work?
So we did add 2 last year. We were looking to add 4 in total. As we reviewed the work, we're going to add an additional 1 this year. So we'll have 3 total as opposed to 4. We feel that we can deliver it, and it will support the model that's in place. So we've last year was kind of a high level assumption of what would be needed. As we went through this year and the experience we had as we added staff, we feel we can do it with a slightly less complement and also leveraging our existing staff.
So there'll be no reduction in our ability to get volunteer work from the nature stewards. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we see that we can still deliver with the staff complement that we've identified in the budget.
Right. Why are there 4 high priority items in Appendix B of your carbon budget that are not being funded? If they're high priority, why aren't we doing them?
So for high priority items, so for the carbon budget, while we may look at things and say, well, that's a high priority item, it also depends on whether it's ready, whether all the work has been done. So while we may have determined that there's a lot of opportunity, we may need further additional work to be done through this year before we recommend putting it forward. So last year, for example, we had a number of projects, and I think 25 in total, that we didn't move forward last year, but are now in this year's budget. So it often relates to the level of work that's done and kind of is it ready to move forward in terms of 2026?
Well, given that the largest source of emissions is from buildings, I was pretty concerned about you not proceeding with support for retrofitting of multi-unit residential. Why is it being held back? Or maybe more to the point is, when is it going to go ahead?
So is this for multi-unit residential specific to any areas? Apologies if you could clarify.
It was your budget, right? Your the first thing you've got in the list is as high priority that you're not proceeding with was support for retrofits of privately owned multi-use buildings. So I'm saying, when are we going to see that?
So as it relates to privately owned multi-unit residential buildings and retrofits, this does relate to some of the work that we continue to do around what is the kind of the role of the city in supporting that. And we are also doing work on financing programs, and we haven't completed that work. So we anticipate later this year we'll have completed the work on financing programs for multi-unit residential. So that will come back in 2027 as part of the budget once we've determined what those existing programs would look like and what type of supports would needed. So as it specifically relates to our involvement in multi-unit residential, we just haven't completed the background work that's necessary. So it will be in next year's budget.
One of the risks always on climate matters is that the cost of adaptation is so high that it's going to cannibalize everything else. How much of the resources are you having to divert from reducing emissions to coping with climate damage?
Last question.
So to the chair, I'd say at this time, we have not diverted any resources. It is generally, as it relates to our resilience and adaptation activities, kind of business as usual. As per the approval of council in December on our resilience report, we will be looking at this more holistically. So I wouldn't want to speculate on whether any resources will be diverted, but we are doing deeper work on what resources will be needed, but also where there's complementary actions.
Thank you.
Okay, on this division, I have Councillor Chang, Councillor Morley, Councillor Myers, and then councillors, I'm going to canvass to see what the questions are on the list of agencies at the end of today's list. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 13, we see, or sorry, I think it's, I'm just wondering, is this the end of Pollinate TO? I see it's backed out. There's a end of a pilot. What does that mean?
Thank you for the question to the chair. That maybe was some, the language was maybe not the right language. We are ending the pilot. We are moving Pollinate TO into our base program. So Pollinate TO will continue. It is now part of our base program, will be funded as such. So it is no longer a pilot program. It is regular business for the division.
And is there growth in investment in the coming year? Because it's something that community members are always very excited about participating in.
No, the funds will stay consistent as they have been in past years.
Okay. My second question is, when we give out air conditioning units, is there a consideration of the energy costs associated with those units? And is there exploration of installing heat pumps in our low-income senior buildings as opposed to asking residents to join an air conditioner lottery?
So to the chair, at this time, the air conditioner program is just focused on the unit and the installation of the unit. It does not consider operational impacts of that. We make that clear to participants when they apply that there may be some additional costs and they can operate as they see fit, but we see that as a benefit, but that has been identified. There are programs through the province that can help with costs, especially for low-income families or households, to reduce those costs or eliminate costs. And as it relates to the longer-term view of the program, we are looking at opportunities for heat pumps. That is really where we'd like to go to see cooling. That also reduces emissions at the same time, but in the immediate term, for a lot of individuals and for specific circumstances, portable air conditioners make sense.
And are there recipients that live in Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation?
The recipients of the program, it's open to anyone who meets the eligibility criteria, whether they're in Toronto Seniors, Toronto Community Housing, or in privately owned.
So the energy costs would not then be necessarily paid by the recipients, but by the higher.
So we're a little outside of budget now, where there's some policy around the program.
Yeah, the budget implications for that operation, and would gratefully consider, how we can explore the heat pump solution. My third question is with regard, this past year I got to plant a mini forest in my ward, 400 trees and shrubs. It was really wonderful. And I'm wondering, is there a budget this year to continue that program? And how many mini forests do we expect to plant in 2026?
Absolutely, there is budget. Our tree planting program has lots of different approaches, but tree planting and community planting events will continue. As it relates to the numbers, I don't have it right at hand, but I might get something in a second.
Great. And did we fund the eco-herd goats that help to manage invasive species?
We did. It was about $19,000 for that program.
And is that something that we might see continued in other green spaces in our city? Because invasive species are a real problem.
Yes, we anticipate that. It was a pilot program. This was year 2. We're looking at about another year or 2 in the brickworks just to see and make sure it's working, but the long-term view is that we are looking to expand that once we've verified that it is leading to the outcomes that we anticipate.
So we now have City of Toronto herd of eco goats.
I would say we have a City of Toronto affiliated herd of eco goats. We do not own the goats, but we are partners with the goats.
But not intimate partners.
And my last question is, we planted 136,000 trees in 2025, which is an amazing number. And I'm just wondering, we did have a bit of a drought and extreme heat last summer. Are we tracking, do we have a data system that we are putting in place to track the survival of all the new trees that we plant? And how many years do we track that for?
We do have a system to track the trees that we plant, and also for our newly planted trees, they are under warranty for the first few years, and that also includes watering as well. So we track that to ensure that any trees that aren't surviving those first few years, they are replanted at no cost to the city. We have an overall, I think it's around 85% survival rate, which is actually pretty good when you're looking at some of the areas that we plant in terms of hard surfaces, et cetera. But we do monitor that over year, and we are looking at this year in terms of how we can improve both our watering, as I mentioned to Councillor Sachs, but also some of the outreach, because we do look for people who live in vicinity of those trees to also support if they see the ground is dry. We've had a long period of time. We like to see the engagement of the community to support that as well.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. I have Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley and then Councillor Myers.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, my question on the maintenance of the trees and shrubs planted last year has been asked and answered. I also got to do a mini forest in my ward, which was a wonderful experience. I will shift over to my questions around our emission reduction target. We know, unfortunately, the city did miss our 2025 emissions reduction target. I'm wondering if there are actions in this budget for 26 to help us get us back on track.
So broadly speaking, I would say the community target continues to be a challenge. We identified that when we came forward in December, but a lot of the actions in here will support people making additional clean choices, the investments in the Toronto Transit Commission. Those also, in particular, have a benefit as it relates to our targets. So the city's corporate target is 65% by 2030, and while that is also ambitious, a lot of the investments in here will help us work towards that target, which I think, while challenging, is doable given the scope and significant investments the city is making in its buildings and fleet.
Great. We know this needs to be an all-of-government approach to take real action and see a difference in our climate targets in a collective way. Are there dedicated resources for the intergovernmental work or work with other orders of government around our climate action plan?
To the chair, we have intergovernmental specialists. We have teams working on that, and we also work very closely with the city manager's office, ensure coordination and looking for opportunities where there's either intergovernmental funding or where we can work on other projects that the city has that provide multiple benefits, whether it's housing or other infrastructure development.
Fantastic. On the issue of infrastructure development, we do know we've experienced and continue to experience increasing growth and development in communities across the entire city, and particularly in my community of South Etobicoke. Residents often communicate concerns over the tree health and maintaining the tree canopy while we balance these city building priorities around more housing. Does urban forestry work with city planning to advise on tree replacement and tree maintenance where development is concerned?
To the chair, we absolutely do. Through our permitting program, we work very closely with city planning for all applications coming through and really trying to find that balance that supports development while also maintaining trees where possible, and where not possible, ensuring that we have an ecologically impactful replanting plan.
Fantastic. And we continue to track and monitor the impact of development on our tree canopy, correct?
That's correct, and we report back on that on an annual basis.
Awesome. My last question is just on the Youth Climate Ambassador Program, which I'd like to share congratulations on launching that in 25. What are the plans for the program in 26, and will there continue to be dedicated resources in this year's budget for the Youth Climate Ambassador Program?
So to the chair, based on the success of 2025, and it was a shorter program, we are looking to roll that out again in 2026, looking to expand the timeline so it's a full summer as opposed to partial summer, expand what is being promoted, especially now with our low-interest heat pump program, really pushing that out. Though in the summer, we'll call it a low-interest cooling program as opposed to a furnace program, given that heat pumps provide both services. But we will be funding that again in 2026.
Fantastic. That's all for me. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Just going to page 7, and there's under priority actions, tree maintenance programs, develop a framework for improvements to the city's proactive and reactive tree maintenance programs, including input from key industry stakeholders and the public. Can you just break down, like, roughly what percentage of trees are pruned proactively versus waiting for a 311 call?
So we have 65% proactive, 35% reactive, I believe is our numbers.
And how are the proactive tree maintenance sites decided?
So we have a pruning schedule. So as trees grow and evolve, there's a certain amount of time that you would like to go back, revisit those trees and prune in, and then again after that. So typically kind of 8 to 10 plus years, we like to get back to prune trees just from an overall health perspective.
And when are the last time the trees were proactively pruned in Scarborough?
I am not sure, but can get back to you on that one.
From my understanding, the teams work in sort of areas. They sort of go Etobicoke, North York, and then Scarborough. And the trees in the central area, they're pruned on a reactive basis. Is that roughly correct?
I can't say for certain,
Okay.
but I can get back to you on that. Sorry.
Okay, and so could you just give a bit of color then on the framework that you're developing?
So on the framework we're developing, we are looking at the overall approach to how we prune across the city. We're also looking at efficiencies in terms of the approach we take to pruning, how we manage the crews, what the crews what the makeup of a crew looks like. We made some changes earlier this year. We're looking at, as we go into our contracts in further years, do we need more of certain types of activities, for example, cranes for large removals. So we're looking at the entire end-to-end approach to, from tree pruning through to tree removal, stumping, replanting, for efficiencies in that process, as well as looking at things like our arboricultural standards to ensure that we are up to date in terms of the latest approaches to pruning or tree maintenance to improve the overall long-term health of the trees.
Thank you. And then for your contracted services, so earlier last year, I did a ride along with the tree pruning crew. And one of the things they noted is that due to an Auditor General's report that had found issues with the trees, with the tree contracts, there is a lot of monitoring that goes on in Toronto's tree pruning contracts, particularly vis-a-vis other cities. And this has the effect of inflating the cost of the overall contracts. Has anything been done to look into where Toronto's pruning contracts stand versus the rest of the GTA, i.e. are we paying more than the rest of our comparable cities in Markham, Mississauga, et cetera?
So we are doing work that looks at other jurisdictions as part of our overall tree maintenance review that I just spoke to. I would note we are different as well in terms of our pruning relative to other cities. It's, parts of the city much harder to work in. A lot of cities do not do work around power lines. So while we are looking at kind of from a broad perspective, the City of Toronto's tree maintenance is somewhat unique relative to other municipalities in terms of the scope scale, but also the type of urban environment that our city and contracted crews work in. So it's not necessarily an easy one-to-one, but we are looking at those jurisdictions.
And when will you have that review completed?
So that review is anticipated to be completed in May. We are looking to report back once we've gone through all of that in early 2027. But I think as you indicated to Council in December when this came up, we will be doing work to implement recommendations where they make sense and where they're within my authority as soon as possible. So we won't necessarily wait to come back to Council, but we will come back if there are elements that require Council approval.
And do you have a rough idea of how much more it costs to prune a tree under a contract versus another city in the GTA or the GTA overall? Do you have any comparator figures?
Not at hand, but that is something I can go back to the team and see if we can provide for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was just looking at some other things because it is now time to do a canvas. So councillors, just so councillors know, outside of the membership of the board, we have a number of agencies that were scheduled for this afternoon, but I am quickly gonna, on a show of hands, see if there are anywhere we don't have any questions. Some of them are board adopted budgets that operate at zero cost to the city, so we may not have questions. So although the first one I'm sure we do. Let me go through the list. I'm going to be checking to see if there are any show of hands. I haven't received any texts from councillors that are monitoring in their offices. First is the Toronto Public Library. I'm assuming questions there. Toronto Public Health. Okay. Now, Arena Boards of Management. Any questions there? Okay. I've got my eye on you then, Councillor Moyes here. You're yes for every one of these so far. Association of Community Centres. Okay. And those are questions of budgets? Questions of budgets, not policy or new ones that don't exist yet. Just making sure. I will shut them down if they are questions about AOCs that don't exist yet. Create TO. Questions on Create TO? Seeing none? Ooh, it's a lucky day for Mr. Gupta. Okay, Exhibition Place. Heritage Toronto. Okay, I thought as much. Exhibition Place, yes, but Heritage Toronto is a yes. No. Oh, I thought. Oh, so you're on X Place as well. Okay, are there any questions then? Last call for Heritage Toronto. Seeing none. Okay, thank you. So with clarity, Exhibition Place, we do need you this afternoon. Heritage Toronto, thank you very much. We don't need you this afternoon. TO Live. Okay, seeing no show of hands, I am releasing TO Live. Okay, thank you. Toronto Atmospheric Fund. Okay, I am releasing Toronto Atmospheric Fund then. Thank you very much. Great work continues there. Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, we had some sort of adjacent questions when we had Sean here for TCHC, but they are here as a separate unit. Any questions here? I do have some questions. Okay, budget questions. I hope. They do have to be budget questions, just making sure. Toronto Parking Authority? With respect to the rate and the budget, keeping in mind we can't do a lot inside the budget because it is board adopted as well, but we do have questions, so I'll need you to say here. Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. Okay, so we do have budget questions there. They will have to be budget related as it impacts the city budget, because the budget directed again by the board there and how they will be using the funds that we send to them is handled there. So Toronto Region Conservation, I saw John walk in. We are going to need you. Yes, good morning. Toronto Zoo, are there questions on Toronto Zoo? Of budget questions. Okay. And lastly, Sankofa Square. Are there any questions there? Seeing none. Okay, so that board, I'm releasing that board. So we do have Toronto Public Library, Toronto Public Health, Arena Boards of Management, AOCs, not Create TO. We do have X Place. We don't need Heritage. Oh, thank you. We don't need, sorry, where are we here? Yeah. don't need Heritage, don't need TO Live, do not need Toronto Atmospheric Fund, and do not need Sankofa Square. Thank you for being here. Those who were planning on coming in the afternoon, I'm going to leave it to the Executive Director of Financial Planning, if they're not in the room, to let them know that we're releasing their budgets. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to the cluster we're on, though, and see if we can race through that one. We are up to fleet services. Questions on fleet services? Well, then I can release a part of the cluster, too.
Yeah, sorry, I have one question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Sachs. One question on fleet services.
I'll be quick. I mean, congratulations, Abby, for the extraordinary performance that you and your team have. Certainly the best climate record we've got in the city. But looking at page 25, you've been able to provide just an enormous increase in your capacity to deliver from 52% 2 years ago to 99% in 2025. Can you keep that up?
To the chair, we intend to, and that's what the team is working towards. And the investments that the city has made in, really the capital program and bridging some of the gaps to enable the transition of our fleet towards zero emissions, we're fully intending on keeping up with the performance that we've had over the last year.
Okay, and we can count on continued progress. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's a good news budget. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, then, that leaves Toronto cybersecurity. Are there questions on cybersecurity budget? Okay. Oh, okay. Councillor Moyes.
The city continues to rely on third-party digital platforms and vendors for core functions. Can staff advise whether this budget includes an assessment of the feasibility, costs, and potential risk reductions associated with bringing some of these externally delivered functions in-house?
Through the chair, it's Manish Ciso for the City of Toronto. We currently and consistently work with TSD on doing risk assessments, and part of that is also assessing the cost of bringing some of these functionalities in-house. But based on the contracts we have, the bulk licenses we're receiving in terms of cost effectiveness, it is much better for us to utilize these vendors as they're meeting all our cybersecurity standards. And I would defer to the CTO maybe to comment further on that.
To the chair, we do, in partnership with TCS, assess all third parties. So we've got that in our budget to make sure that any solution that we're deploying at the city goes through the assessments. And we do continuously look at what we can insource versus work through third party.
Okay. And despite the increasing frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks facing the city, the 2026 to 2035 capital budget shows a general decline in investment in infrastructure costs for new cyber initiatives. Can staff explain how confident they are that this funding trajectory will be sufficient to manage emerging cyber risk, and what contingencies are in place to avoid unanticipated capital or operating cost pressures?
Chair, all the tools that we're using in our current budget and that are going to be used for the next 3 years already have enhancements of AI that have been budgeted. So we're confident with our monitoring tools, our vulnerability management tools, and our cyber awareness tools. And as we expand to agencies and corporations, we are helping those tools machine learn their specific use cases. And the budget we have right now covers the onboarding of all these agencies and further enhancements of divisions and the introductions of AI guardrails as we go further around on the AI path.
Excellent. I'm sure Councillor Chang is happy to hear about the AI technology. Thanks.
Sorry about that, just handling in detail. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, do we have any idea of the percentage of staff usage of shadow technology AI? So the AI technologies like ChatGPT that are not within our own suite of tools?
Chair, from a cybersecurity perspective, we're constantly monitoring all our environments, divisions, agencies, and corporations. And at this point, we do see low to medium risks where we collaborate with TSD and other technology teams. But it's not really an indicator of there being a shadow IT presence within the City of Toronto. But I'll defer again to the CTO maybe to comment further.
Chair, we do track the usage of, I would say, non-sanctioned AI solutions. Since the introduction of MS Chat mid-2025, we've seen a dramatic decrease in the use of those tools. We do continue to monitor and work with those teams on appropriate solutions that we can implement.
And so is there an ongoing analysis of the cyber threats associated with that increased reliance on AI, as well as, if staff are using non-sanctioned AI technology, that the associated machine learning that is happening is also happening outside of our guardrails?
The Chair, non-sanctioned AI tools, the ones that pose the most risk, are not allowed within the city environment. They are blocked. And for other types of unblocked AI tools that are not part of the TSD scope, we're monitoring that, and part of it is cyber awareness and education, not just with TSD, but also with SIMS in terms of data loss prevention, and why it's important to use the sanction tools. But based on what we've seen so far, the uptick with MS Chat and Copilot that we've rolled out has been very positive. And we're not seeing, we've seen a decrease in things like ChatGPT and some of the other ones in terms of city use.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. We have to keep it in budget. And see, I'll give you an example. I would love right now to ask, can I please have TikTok back on my phone? But this is a budget committee. This is not the time for me to ask that. I think those are the questions for cybersecurity. I think we can go right into technology services. Yeah? No questions? Okay. Councillor Moyes.
Just one question. So the 2026 Technology Services budget proposes expanding free public Wi-Fi to 24 new sites. Given council-directed equity and reconciliation objectives for Indigenous, Black, and other equity-serving communities, how will outcomes be tracked and reported to ensure that most underserved communities benefit from these investments?
To the chair, the 24 that were expanded were in 2025. We do look at, we do a lot of research with some partner organizations to ensure that we are targeting neighborhoods and communities where those communities are underserved. We did take a report to council last year with some of those metrics. In 2026, our plan is not to expand necessarily the number of sites, but it is an education campaign in partnership with TPL and some of our groups to make sure that we're getting the penetration, the usage, and the supports around adoption around the public Wi-Fi.
Okay. So just to follow up, how are you monitoring that you're actually reaching the groups that you are hoping to support, though?
To the chair, we have partnerships with some of the universities who are helping us to do that research. So we do surveys. We have targeted most of our underserved communities. We can follow up with some of the data that we have from 2025, and there is further research that's going to continue in 2026 to make sure we're getting to those groups. But it is very much part of our digital strategic framework to make sure that those are the communities where we're deploying public Wi-Fi.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chang?
I just have one question. Is there funding in this budget to seed new technologies that can help bring solutions to city problems that could then become scalable businesses?
To the chair, we have small funding to encourage innovation. So if you recall, in 2025, we did host an AI challenge, a data and AI challenge, where we had great participation across the city as well as the agencies and corporations. So we had most, if not all, of divisions that participated and brought forward solutions. So we will continue that process and making sure that we're putting them through the right assessments and deploying where it makes sense.
How much is allocated to this?
In our budget, so we have a very small OpEx budget. We are doing it with our own staffing in terms of hosting the challenge, but that did generate about 1.8 million of capital for 2026 to deploy AI solutions. And then we do have another 700K of capital in our 2026 budget for data solutions.
So when you say little, what is that dream amount that could really get us to the next level in terms of being a city that innovates and establishes leading solutions that could go global?
To the chair, for clarification, we have staff who are dedicated to encouraging solutions. When I say little, it's our objective is to embed that innovation into the processes and the teams that we already have versus augmenting our teams. So we're embedding it into our enterprise architecture reviews. We're embedding it into the way we solve issues. So it's more redirecting the way we would have solved a solution to making sure we're looking at innovation.
And my last question would be, are you going to have another contest this year that we can all come and participate in?
To the chair, that is under consideration for the summer. The one thing we found was that it really did bring cross-functional teams together, and that was the value of hosting a challenge like that. So we do intend on continuing it annually.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other, Councillor Myers?
Just quickly, regarding the city's open data platform, is there anything in this budget about making that platform easier to use and more accessible, as it's now in multiple Excel spreadsheets and it's not very clear when you're looking for information?
To the chair, thank you for that question. We do have budget. It's tucked under Toronto Data Platform. In fact, it was one of the innovation ideas that came out of the challenge last year, where how do we make it usable? How do we make it more searchable? Can we embed AI to make sure that we're pulling data across different data sets? So there is money in our capital budget to improve the usability.
And how much money is that, and when do you expect to have the platform updated by?
We have $600,000 in our budget across the data platform. We're working towards Q3, Q4 with some of the enhancements.
Q3, Q4, okay, yep. Thank you. And then for the ConnectTO, how many staff members are working on that specific project, and how much money is being spent on the actual implementation of Wi-Fi going forward? As I know, we've sort of done the rec centers, we've done the libraries. Like, what's next in ConnectTO?
To the chair, we have about 3 staff who are working on ConnectTO. That is split between policy programming as well as implementation. What's next isn't necessarily expanding the footprint, but it is around the support. So it's the education, the cyber training, ensuring there's space around how to, just ensuring people know about the public Wi-Fi. That's where we're redirecting our efforts. And it is in partnership with TPL, for example, like that is their strength in terms of engaging the community. We're also working with TCHC, where we do have public Wi-Fi embedded as well. So over the next 1 to 2 years, we have about $1.5 to $2 million of capital allocated to ensuring that we do have those supports in place.
So is that it for ConnectTO in terms of expansion?
To the chair, yes.
Okay. So we at TTC had actually asked ConnectTO to do some work on, I forget what it was, but I think it was bus bays and sort of looking at the rest of the system. Does that mean that work is not going to be done, or?
To the chair, that work is embedded in the TTC budget. If and when it does move forward, we are still engaged with TTC on pilots and how to assess solutions for them to deploy.
And when will that work be completed? Because from my understanding, it wasn't just for TTC, it was sort of looking at TTC assets and seeing if they could be used for the wider community.
I would have to reach out to TTC to respond to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions on tech services? Seeing none, I'm just going to start the clock for myself. I just wanted to return to the question that Councillor Chang was asking, because it's a question that's, I think, coming in the door through divisions, coming in the door through us. Proponents like developers like Cohere and others are describing to us being at the precipice where there isn't a lot of, municipal-based agentic AI developed yet. If you develop it for your city and what you've developed is a perfect agent for a municipal function, you've now got something you can sell to other cities. And so we keep being told that's our potential. Do you have someone embedded in your staff complement whose job is to realize that potential? Because we're figuring out ideas and use cases in our city, but are we looking at them with a mind to, can this help any city and can we make money on it?
Chair, we do have resources embedded who are looking at AI. Last year, we did hire a director of enterprise data and AI who's been running with our AI and data program. That's how we've been able to implement MS Chat and some of the early tools and host a challenge last year. Agentic AI is very much front of mind, and we are experimenting with it. Okay. We are not looking at what we can do to sell it, but we do engage with other municipalities to make sure that we're sharing ideas and we understand what is fit for purpose across other municipalities. So it's not with the mind of selling it necessarily, but how do we co-create solutions?
Okay. I'll take it outside budget and offline, but I think there may be, is there a follow-up?
Yeah, Chair, just to add, on the agentic AI piece,
we thought it was coming from the system.
Yeah, so part of the due diligence is Toronto Cybersecurity. We are doing a risk assessment on the various agentic AI solutions for agents. So we're in the process of doing that to make sure that we address any risks from a data loss prevention before we can move it forward into production.
Okay, fantastic. So I'll take it past the budget process, but we should maybe meet an update on that. Okay. Seeing no other questions, that's it for technology services, which means we're finished the corporate services cluster. Thank you. I'm going to go on to finance and treasury services now. I think what we're going to do, we're switching the chairs out, and I see a lot of the people in this cluster standing. So I'm going to run through them and quickly to see where your questions are, because we got to fit them all in, and if they don't need to occupy a chair, that would be great. Are there going to be any questions of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer?
Great job.
We're all afraid of you, so there will be no questions. Financial operations and control. Seeing none, even more afraid. City manager services. Okay, so we need city managers team here. No questions on FIFA, right? Legal services. No questions on legal services this year? Okay, that's good news. Court services. I have court services here already in a chair. Are there any questions? There will be questions on court services. Oh, okay. There will be a question for legal, Ms. Wahlberg. So legal, court services, city clerk's office, questions there. City council, do we have questions of ourselves? I think we're going to leave it. And lastly, office of the mayor. Any questions there? I don't see any questions there. Oh, there will be?
I had questions on city clerks.
Yes, I've got clerks. Okay. So we don't need city council or office of the mayor questions, but just about everything else. Okay. So we can switch the chairs up. We're not planning, because these are all such distinct, we're not going to do a cluster presentation on this. We're just going to start right into the divisions. And we're not doing the first two, but we're not doing the city manager services either. Was there a city manager's office question? That's right. Councillor Chang, you had a question on the city manager's team? Okay, so let's start there.
Okay, thank you.
we're good.
Yeah, through the chair. We see that there's a shift in communications that is happening. So across divisions, we have 25 permanent positions that are being transferred into city manager's office with a new approach. And I was wondering, could you just describe what is happening and what this will achieve for the city with this kind of shifting of staffing?
Thank you, and through the chair, on November 24th, the city moved from a decentralized communications model to a centralized approach. And what that means is communications functions, roles, reporting lines, people, technology, et cetera, all of that from across the entire organization has been consolidated within the communications division. So this new model, it really allows the city of Toronto to speak with one clear and consistent voice through a single brand. And this shift is aimed at reducing duplication, strengthen our capacity, ensure that we're better equipped within the communications division to meet the expectations of both the public and our media. This interdivision transfer made of these 26 positions has a net zero impact to the city, as other divisions' budgets reduced by the same amount.
Do you think that this kind of model could prevent what happened with our vacant home tax, that if there's a consolidated communications team, the approach would be more comprehensive and that we'd be able to get the message out more effectively?
To the chair, I can't speculate what would have happened on the first go-round of vacant homes tax. I wasn't here at the time. I can give lots of evidence and proof that this consolidated model is considered best practice in industry around the country, and indeed many municipalities are looking at the City of Toronto and have been following suit to our model, which again is really essentially called an agency model.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Councillor Moyes.
Just for clarification on that.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Just for clarification on that, Councillor Chang's questions, that applies to city divisions, not necessarily boards. For example, the police services board, the library board, public health, for example.
Chair, that's correct. So this was a divisional response. We do coordinate with some of those organizations more than others. Public health would be a good example of that, where there's a lot of coordination. But in terms of the consolidation, we focused on the city divisions.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, are there any other questions on the city manager's services? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next thing, which is FIFA. Oh, sorry. Councillor Myers, you had a question of the city manager services?
Yes, page 6. Just looking at the percentages of grievances resolved at pre-mediation, I see the target's 44% and the projection is 32%. I'm just wondering if there's work going on to get this number closer to the target.
Through the chair, that was specifically due to bargaining, and yes, we are on trajectory to get to the target.
Specifically due to bargaining with the city's unions? Sorry, I thought the grievances were filed by individuals, or is these grievances filed by the unions? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
They're generally filed by the unions.
Got it, okay, got it, thank you.
Okay, those are the questions? Okay, and now we're moving on to FIFA, which has a separate budget note this year. So questions on FIFA, show of hands? I'll start with Councillor Moyes and then Councillor Chang. You guys have a lot of questions? Okay, Councillor Moyes.
Okay, thank you. So in your report, you stated that staff will look for other cost-saving methods if costs fluctuates and increase during the FIFA World Cup. What are the risks of needing to tap into property tax base to cover cost overruns?
Thank you. And through the chair, right now we are holding, of course, at the 380 budget, and we are making every effort to hold at 380. We've been circulating and reallocating funds where we have items over budget. We've been finding other savings within the budget, and we will continue to do that as we go forward. We've also been really leaning into leveraging any opportunities for revenue generation, including our commercial sales program. We'll be keeping a close eye on the municipal accommodation tax. And we've also had some recent opportunities that council has approved at the last meeting around implementing a sweepstakes. So looking at every opportunity to leverage revenue as well.
Thank you.
And the CFO has a follow-up to that answer.
And just to add to it, I do think it's important to know we had clear direction in terms of not leveraging property tax-based funding. That is something that we continue with, and wouldn't really be suitable anyway. Property tax-based funding is a permanent, sustainable funding source. We're talking about an event that is one-time in nature, and it wouldn't be an area that we would look at to be able to manage any expenses.
Thank you. And most of the capital work in the budget is allocated towards the enhancement of city sports facilities, which could tremendously benefit communities even beyond the FIFA World Cup. How were these facilities chosen? They're not in my ward.
Through the chair, well, Toronto Stadium, of course, was chosen as it is our soccer venue, our football soccer venue here in the city. And Centennial Park was chosen of a list of facilities that were brought forward to FIFA as potential for training site. And out of the various ones that were brought forward, Centennial Park was indicated as the most favorable in FIFA's mind. And it also tapped into long-term 10-year plan that we had on Centennial Park to support that and create a long-lasting legacy.
Okay. This budget mentions the Community Benefits Plan and the Community Workforce Development Program, which will provide employment opportunities to youth from equity-deserving communities. However, it does not outline how much is going into programs and how well are these programs funded according to this budget.
Through the chair, I believe the amount for the youth program in particular and job enhancement and job development for youth, I believe the budget is $220,000, and we're advancing that forward through our employer champions and other external hiring opportunities. And in fact, in March, we have a youth career fair coming up to support youth and job creation.
Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chang, you had questions on this?
Thank you. What are the financial investments to create safeguards, oversight mechanisms, and reporting processes in place to ensure that the tournament does not contribute to increased human trafficking? I just note that in Seattle, they have a training portal that is meant to make sure that staff associated with the FIFA games can recognize the signs of labor and sex trafficking. And I'm wondering if there's a parallel investment in this budget to make sure that we don't see an increase. Not the police. It's not the police.
So, yeah, sorry. Through the chair, I'm just working on getting the specific amount. It's in the Toronto Police Service budget for the event, so I don't have that off the top of my head. I can get that to you. But I can assure you that as a secretariat, we're working very closely with Toronto Police Service to implement and develop and implement, a multi-phase anti-human trafficking strategy focused on prevention, operational readiness, and coordinated intelligence efforts in advance of and during the tournament. So Toronto Police Service are working very closely with Victim Services Toronto, with Crime Stoppers, the Human Trafficking Enforcement Team continues regular outreach and education with non-governmental organizations like the Hotel Network. And as part of our legacy program, we will be supporting the Ask for Angela program across the city, and we'll be doing training for staff and volunteers in advance of the tournament on that program.
Great. Another question I have is with regard to the cameras that are being installed by Transportation Services. Well, are these also legacy investments that these cameras are going to stay?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. Those cameras will be staying in place and they'll be used for ongoing traffic management post-World Cup.
Great, thank you. And what is the budget allocated for security? So in addition to policing, we're going to be hiring private security, and have we chosen a vendor yet?
So through the chair, the RFPs for the private security, both for staffing as well as a security manager, are in final stages of completion. We anticipate that they will be closed and awarded in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And I'm just looking up the total security budget with all elements involved. Sorry.
It's okay, I can go offline about that. And then my last question is just circling back to youth employment. So it sounds to me that FIFA is, or our FIFA Secretariat Division, you're funding the capacity building, but the actual jobs is not funded through the Secretariat. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. So we are supporting and facilitating work around creation of jobs for youth, but the actual employment opportunities will be through private sector hiring, which is why we're focusing on developing a really robust list of employer champions.
Great. And is there a target that we hope, because we know that youth employment is a challenge in our city?
We haven't set a specific target, but as I say, we're working with each of the employer champions to sort of set targets with them to achieve the results we'd like to see.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Questions of the FIFA budget? Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. In the budget, is there money being spent on consultants? I didn't see any line item in that.
Through the chair, there are some consultants supporting the project, and those are specifically in our general administration budget as part of finance and administration operations.
And how much is that figure roughly, and how many consultants roughly?
I don't have that split out specifically, so I'm happy to provide that for you after the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. And just quickly, how were the consultants selected? Was it a competitive RFP?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Setting my own clock there, just have a quick question on the budget. I noticed that it says that in the overall funding, the provincial grant funding, it still says under negotiation. Is that referring to there was a sort of a clawback for the OPP? And I'm wondering if that's what's still under negotiation.
Yes, Chair, yes, we are still negotiating that certain clawback and the provincial services that they had identified in their original proposal. That's now sort of at the highest level between the mayor's office and the premier's office for the funding component. For all other elements of the contribution agreement, we have kept those going, and we have 2 final pieces that we're negotiating with the Ministry of Sport, but those should be wrapped up in the next week, and then we'll just be negotiating the final pieces on the funding.
But is it clear, because I haven't been able to track the FIFA committee all the way through, is it very clear in terms, if we're clawing back for what are provincial hosted events, like, hospitality, entertainment and such, that's not something they should be clawing back out of what was originally intended to be execute the event dollars?
That is correct, and that's part of the negotiation we're into, is really getting a firm handle on what are very specific requirements to deliver the event versus additional services that the province may want to contribute to as us being a host.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, that's it for FIFA, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't promise that council will be as quick as that, but there you go. Okay, legal services. Councillor Chang, was it you had questions on legal? Oh, sorry, it was Deputy Mayor Morley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to our colleagues in legal services. We know that in this past year there will be a reduction of 14 positions due to the elimination of the automated speed enforcement cameras in the city at the direction of the province. Are there any further impacts that we're tracking for this year's budget to be expected due to this change?
I can speak to the positions because those rest with legal services. We had not filled those positions, so those are not going to be layoffs.
Okay, that's good.
The revenue, court services receives the revenue, so can speak to that.
That's helpful.
Perhaps, but we don't handle the revenue piece.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. We'll follow up with court services.
CFO is just going to explain a little more about that. Yeah.
To the chair, so there were various programs that are involved in the administration and ultimately how the funds would have been leveraged as it relates to automated speed enforcement. So there were implications in terms of the administration, both in transportation services and legal services, I believe court services as well, and in revenue services. So you will see across all of those program areas, there were reductions in staffing and costs attributed with the administration of the program. In terms of the redirection of the funds primarily supported Toronto Police Services in terms of the road safety unit, supported transportation services in terms of the crossing guard program, as well as various capital initiatives attributed to the road safety plan. In terms of the expenditures themselves, they have been preserved in this year's budget through an agreement that we have with the province through some of their funding programs that have come out following the elimination of the automated speed enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. CFO. And just to follow up on that, what was the total loss to the city in terms of revenue?
To the chair, so in terms of actual revenue collected, it was a little less in 2025. I believe it was around $75 million, but I'd have to double check. I will say for 2026, the expectation was it would be closer to $100 million. That was because in 2025, there were new cameras installed. So as we had developed the outlook for 2026, the expectations you would have the full year operations of those and the associated revenue. So that was closer to $100 million.
Are we seeing an equivalent or comparable amount from the province in terms of those supplementary or alternative funding supports?
To the chair, not equivalent, but by design. So part of those costs were to fund the administrations of the program. So where you see that there is no revenue coming from the province, that would be attributed to the administration or some of the funds that were redirected back to the province in support of vehicle lookup and some of those other costs. Right. In terms of the amount of the funding that would have been redirected to initiatives in the city, we do have a full recovery in place for 2026.
That's good news. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Councillor Chang?
Thank you. Just want to learn something else about this. So I'm just wondering, any, I guess, appeals or ASE-related fines, did they just vaporize with the canceling of ASE, or do we have funding allocated to bring those to completion still?
I'm going to suggest that the Executive Director of Court Services is the best person to respond to that.
Okay.
To the chair, yes, there will be a number of items still going through the system. Anything that was issued prior to the ban would still be moving forward. So we do have resources allocated to ensure that we're able to support that through the process.
Great, thank you. That's my only question.
Oh, okay. Any other questions in legal services? Okay, I just have one myself, and a comment too. The affordability measures in here, interesting little read. They're real, small but meaningful and real. The affordability measures are great. But I wanted to ask about the reduction in positions re ASE. So the total number comes down, but I'm wondering if we end up hanging on to those people due to attrition, because it's sort of a special subset in the municipality. So are they being distributed to other work?
So we actually hadn't filled some of the positions that were allocated for red light camera and automated speed moving into the administrative penalty system.
Right.
We had filled some, and those will remain with us because of the red light camera moving into the system.
Oh, okay. So your total count comes down, but people who are tuned to working with the city, we're probably going to find roles.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, great.
Not laying people off.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for legal services then. Thank you. And there was a question of court services, but I wonder if you ended up just having it, somebody had questions of court services? Oh, it was Councillor Sachs, that's right.
Yeah.
Councillor
Now, it may,
Sachs, go
yeah,
ahead.
it may be, thank you, it may be that I was not correct in guessing which things are for court services, which are legal, but anyway, let me try. So my question, first of all, is about the very low collection rate, 52%, and you mentioned the lack of a robust collection system. So wouldn't a robust collection system pay for itself, and what would it cost?
To the chair, the Municipal Court Managers Association, so all municipalities across the province, has been advocating for the Ministry of Attorney General to ramp up and install and allow us to do more with respect to collections. So that rate, 52%, is based on 11 or 12 collection agencies that we currently have working for us. I am happy to announce that the Ministry of Attorney General has agreed to move forward on 5 initiatives, including enhanced tax roll, including other collection strategies. So we hope that 52% will increase. Without those additional measures, we're unable to do what we can at our level to enhance those collections rates. Now, with respect to a collections database, that is intricately tied to the province's ICON system, and so that is part of the difficulty, us setting up a separate system that has to potentially interact with the provincial system. And while that provincial system is at end of life, it makes it difficult for us to establish our own system in-house.
Okay, so you're saying that the main obstacles are the province, not things the city could do. Is that right?
Correct. We've done everything that we can within our power. We have, last year, we collected $25 million in outstanding. Yes.
Okay. We hear a lot in the press about extreme delays in the provincial courts leading to mass cases being dropped. What impact is that having on conviction rates, your ability to pursue bylaw infractions and to enforce bylaws?
So the decision whether a matter is to be withdrawn or not is a legal decision based on prosecutors. So court services will schedule matters as they go forward, and the determination of whether or not a matter is withdrawn rests with the
That's not, I'm
assessment.
sorry, that's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, what is the impact of all those delays on your ability to enforce bylaws and collect fines?
Yeah, I have to ask Councillor Sachs if we're talking about things that are in the budget notes, because I don't recall seeing this in the court service budget notes.
Well, I mean, we've got things about how much is being spent on bylaw enforcement, and I'm wondering how much of that money and effort is going nowhere because of the court delays.
Yeah, but we're kind of outside questions of court
Okay,
services
all right,
budgets.
I'll
So
keep going.
I have to say it's a bit of an unfair question to ask her because she doesn't have jurisdiction over the enforcement. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll keep going.
Okay, thank you.
We've had a number of questions about the administrative monetary penalty system. Now that the speed cameras have been canceled, do you have the capacity to move other bylaw infractions into AMP, such as MLS?
So we are working closely with other partners and other divisions to assess what would be appropriate to be moved to an administrative penalty system. And we will be working with them and coming forward to council with some suggestions on what items would be best positioned to move over.
When should we expect that?
I would expect sometime in 2027. The work is extensive. There has to be jurisdictional work with other municipalities. There also has to be an assessment of the value of moving over to an administrative penalty system as opposed to keeping it within the courts.
Well, that was my next question. Is it less expensive for the city to handle charges through AMPs as opposed to the courts, or vice versa?
Well, there are different processes and different systems, right? So you can't compare apples to apples. We do know that with the administrative penalty system, matters are moving forward quicker. So that in and of itself is an efficiency with the new system.
No, I understand speed, but my question is per charge, does it cost you more in one or the other or the same?
So Councillor Sachs, I'm going to have to ask because we're dealing with the 2026 budget. That would be a great question and a great report request if we were in Government Management Committee right now. Unfortunately, we are not. So perhaps it's something that could be pursued there.
I'm happy to pursue it there, but I do think it's a budget question because it's a question of how much it costs us to enforce our
It might be a budget policy question, but once you're into creating new policy to create savings, you have to take it through committee so that council has directed that policy change that might ultimately lead to savings. That's kind
All
of
I'm
how it
asking
works.
at the moment is
Great.
what it costs, right? My question is not what we should do. My question is which is cheaper. And I think that's a budget question.
And to the chair, that's a difficult question to answer because the process under POA is extensive and different, right? You have appeal mechanisms, you have other things, you have reopenings, things that are not available through the APS system. So during every year, we bring forward an APS activity report, and ours should be coming forward sometime in first quarter with revenue services. Happy to address those questions.
All right, please keep me briefed. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions on court services? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to the city clerk's office. And I think there are a number. Deputy Mayor Morley, any other questions on city clerks? Actually, I think Councillor Moyes, who just stepped out, did as well. You kick us off, Deputy Mayor.
My pleasure, Madam Chair. Thank you. And through you to our colleagues in City Clerk's office, as you prepare the 2026 municipal election, which we're also excited about, we know that the school board trustees have been there's some stuff going on provincially with the school board trustees. So has there been any communication from the province as to whether the election for trustees will in fact move forward, or when do we expect a decision will be made? And then just how is that impacting your planning and budgeting for the upcoming election cycle?
I can say that we have not had any communications with the province and we are monitoring. We will be prepared either way.
How's that affecting our budget?
I think it's incorporated into the election event budget as it is because it is really adding to the ballot who's the names for the trustees if that was part of the process.
Okay. I'll leave that there for now, but we'll be watching with interest. Thank you so much. That's all for me, Madam Chair.
Okay, city clerks, yes, Councillor Chang. Councillor Moyes, did you have questions here as well? Oh, okay.
I just have
Councillor
a quick
Chang.
question. Page 5 of the briefing note talks about a projected 46% response to freedom of information requests. And I'm just wondering, what are the penalties for these delays? Like, what are the exposures that we have? Because I understand that, our response rate challenges are related to a higher volume of requests, and we have a target of 70%. So how likely is it that we are going to meet that target in 2026? And what are our exposures by not being able to respond in a timely manner?
Oh, thank you for the question. There is an annual report that goes to the Information and Privacy Commissioner where our statistics are reported against other municipalities as well as other institutions that have freedom of information requests. So the information is released publicly. There is no financial penalty related to that. We do have an increase in the number of requests that are coming in, and the complexity of those is increasing at the same time. A lot of them involve multiple divisions. There's hundreds and thousands of pages for them to review. So we've got a few different things that we're looking at to be able to improve. Staffing is our biggest challenge in the space. Our staff in this area hold caseloads of 300 to 400 files for the year, which is quite a lot. We are also looking at a capital project that will eventually in 2027 yield some improvements, and we do ongoing training and education with divisions to be able to make it faster and more efficient for them to pull records, to be able to adhere to be more compliant with the metric.
Is there an AI solution that can help?
In our capital project that we're looking at, we will investigate what the technical capabilities are of the solutions that are available to us.
And is there any legal exposure? So if we are long delayed in our ability to respond to FOIs, is there something that could happen legally?
So generally the process is if the requester is unhappy with any part of the FOI request, whether that be the timing, what they received, etc., the process is for them to appeal with the Privacy Commissioner's office, and we work with the Privacy Commissioner on appeals and engage legal services as appropriate.
Okay, great. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions on the City Clerk's office? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Under priority actions, there's a bullet, ensure a smooth council transition. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on that. I think all of us, when we came in, experienced some challenges on the onboarding process, and there were some notable gaps in terms of information that we view would have been critical in doing our jobs properly. So what actions are you taking to ensure that doesn't happen again?
Thank you. That's a great question. We actually are setting up a project team to specifically look at onboarding and how we can improve onboarding for the counselors who are coming in, and also their lead staff people, because sometimes the information really needs to be with them. And we will also try to engage especially the new term counselors this year to get some feedback on ways to improve. But transition is also preparing for all the staff that, the council staff that might be leaving, as well as any counselors, and then bringing them on. So that will be, the project team will incorporate all of that, and we will be working with a number of divisions to ensure a smooth as transition as possible. And we're always open to additional feedback, especially on the onboarding. It's hard because there's so much information that a counselor needs to have, and we usually have only a 2-week period before the term starts. So it's hard to get you to have all the information right away.
Thank you. Well, I definitely have a recommendation that one of those areas for improvement include just what are the counselor's obligations as an employer under Ontario employment law, which was lacking.
And I'm trying to figure out how that's a budget question. I'm trying really hard.
It's just a suggestion because it's in there. Regarding also the budget, is there money to improve the reimbursement system? Because there have been obviously some issues in terms of the delinquency in getting certain items reimbursed. Is there money for just like a more faster solution for that, for the counselors at least?
So currently in this capital budget, we don't have a plan for a improvement to our existing system. And it's also a combination of the system that we have in clerk's office, and then we connect in with the enterprise financial system, which has just been upgraded. So in 2026, we don't have a project on this. We will be looking in future years for other improvements to that process.
Thank you. And then I guess with the election coming up, I see another priority action, engage local communities through a public education program to mitigate the global trends of public mistrust and non-confidence in local governments, rising misinformation and disinformation, and declining civic engagement, and foster greater involvement. What's the budget for that?
Just see if I can get it broken down. I think it might be.
It's part of the protocol.
We're just trying to get you a
Is this
number, but it's under Make Government Work, so it's part of the larger services that include. It's not. It's broken down. It's in the Make Government Work budget, which is overall a net of $28 million, but that's not for the education itself because it's part of our protocol, so it's a smaller number.
And is this being led by city clerks, or is this part of a larger citywide initiative?
We work closely with our protocol team will work with our elections team and the city manager's office with respect to any education.
So who's leading this?
This is the strategic protocol team.
Okay, so it's protocol that's leading it, but it's in your budget?
Yes,
That's protocol is part of your department?
that's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I'm just going to start my own clock. This is not so much a question as a fun fact, but I just want to go through it. We have a number of people making hay about reserve draws this year, but here's a perfect example of what I mean about the city functions on reserve accounting. How much are you going to draw from the elect government reserve to manage an election this year?
The draw for the election will be the election, sorry. I have too many slides open.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Elect government is 24.7 million. The event is 18.8 million, and that is all drawn from the reserve.
Right, so all in, almost 25 million, that's a big number. And if you were adding it to a list of all the reserve draws, but we don't think of that as a draw made to balance our budget, because those are funds that are accumulated over time knowing you have an election. So it's a draw that is built with the express purpose of drawing it when it is needed.
That's correct.
And we know exactly when the need is coming, and it's not a surprise to anyone in an election year, but it is a big number, 25 million. So for someone to say, I'm going to go looking for all the big reserve draws and look at all these reserve draws the city is doing, we don't consider this one to be financially precarious. It's a purpose we set out, we save it, and then we use it in the exact time we need it. Am I right about that practice?
That's correct.
Thank you.
We work with financial planning on monitoring that reserve.
Thank you. Just wanted to make that clear because it's such a perfect example of a current commentary going on out there. Thank you. I think those are the questions on city clerks. Okay, thank you. And as we canvassed earlier, we didn't have questions on council services specifically or Office of the Mayor specifically, even though we actually just jumped into it by accident there a couple of minutes ago. So that means we are done with finance and treasury services, et cetera. Thank you all. Which means we do have time to get to the library before lunch. I mean, not go to the library, but actually get to its budget in this room. Yeah, we could all run downstairs afterwards. Are we having a presentation on library? Do you want to take that time? We'll just take questions? Okay. Councillor Perks. No library questions. Okay. Councillor Sachs, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, you're going to have questions on this one? Okay. I have Councillor Sachs, and then we'll bring it into committee. Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, my question, I noticed in the notes the tension between providing core library services and providing the kind of social work that services that you're now providing, particularly to homeless people who come into the library for shelter. Is providing those social work services interfering with your ability to provide core library services such as literacy?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Sachs. Through you, Madam Chair, and Mo Hosseiniera, City Librarian with Toronto Public Library, if you haven't met me previously. So no, our funds that we are using for our social crisis services have not taken away from the literacy programs or any of the other services that we're providing. In fact, that service was initially seeded by the Toronto Public Library Foundation, and then we used that as a pilot to ensure that it was an effective program, and we've now put it into the base. But no, those dollars have not taken away from any of the other programming that we provide.
Okay, good news. The other question I had was I know there's been a lot of concern about the increasing cost of digital materials. and that your request for additional funds for that was refused. Will we see an increase in wait lists for digital materials with this budget, or what will happen to the waiting period for popular digital materials this year?
So the dollars were not actually specifically taken away from our digital collections. It was the economic adjustment that we basically foregoed that for this year. We're going to be managing the usage, as you say, through managing the wait lists. And it may be a matter of where previously we would add another item when we hit a certain ratio, we would actually increase that ratio. So it is possible that there might be a bit more of a wait. But again, we're trying to manage that through that process.
Any sense how big an increase in the wait?
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't know at this point. We'll have to see what happens in terms of the dollars spent. The dollars that we spend on our e-resources, our e-collections, some of those dollars are actually in U.S. dollars, so the exchange rate also impacts that. So it's possible, depending on where the exchange goes, that the impact won't be as bad as we're anticipating.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it in now. Councillor Moyse is next.
Yes, thank you. So $0 is collected from the federal government for library programs. Given the importance of libraries to refugees and newcomers, are there plans to partner with the federal government in the expansion of services?
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't typically get dollars from the feds. We do have library settlement program where it is funded by the federal government, but typically we don't tend to get dollars through the federal government. There are, from time to time, there's grants and programs where we'll submit an application or submit our request, but we don't, and I can't think of in recent times that we've gotten those dollars.
That's unfortunate. Are there specific metrics that staff are trying to achieve with reducing senior social isolation programs?
I'm going to ask Pam, our Director of Service Development and Innovation, who's overseeing that program, to come up and answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. As you know, we were fortunate to receive a $7 million, largest donation ever to a public library in Canada to support our reducing senior social isolation services. Those services are just getting designed now. So we will definitely have a robust evaluation framework, but we don't currently have targets for all of the services that $7 million will fund over the next 5 years.
Okay, so hopefully next year we'll have more information on that. And which two branches is the Financial Empowerment Service Program planned to expand to?
I can speak to that. It is going to expand to Malvern full-time and to Albion and another branch yet to be selected also in the northwest of the city.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Any other, Councillor Chang, yes.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations on being the first library to reach a total of 90 million digital loans. That is a great achievement, and 91% overall user satisfaction. We're grateful for your services. I'm just wondering, with regard to the high uptake of digital loans, is there an increased investment this year in our digital library?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, that budget is being maintained at the previous year's levels. But again, we'll have to see what happens with respect to the exchange rate, as we do purchase a lot of those in U.S. dollars. But at this point, we're maintaining that service level at last year's dollars. Yeah.
And my colleague asked about funding allocation for social services that support the unhoused in our library system. I wonder if you could share the dollar amount for that.
To the chair, it is 1.5 million for the Social Crisis Support Service program. That's in the 2026 budget.
1.5 million, and that supports the entire library system or the ones that have increased need and activity?
Through the chair, that is the program that is specifically to support, to provide programming for people in need in crisis within our libraries. And maybe I should turn this over to Pam, who can explain kind of what that function.
Yeah, the current service level is, sorry, through the chair, the current service level is to 12 downtown core branches, and the 2026 expansion will be to Scarborough and branches outside of the downtown core. And that that 1.5 million will be for that entire current and expanded service level.
Great, and then I see that we're adding 2 new youth hubs and renovating some, and I'm just wondering, is there also an expansion of operational capacity to ensure that more youth are engaged in these hubs?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, our youth hubs are now in 31 locations, and but we also have teen councils at more branches than that. So we have a very robust teen engagement program, both through the after-school drop-in program and through the volunteer service and leadership programs for youth in the other branches.
And is there an increase in investment in this coming year because you are operationalizing 2 new hubs?
There isn't through the chair, there isn't a specific investment in our operating budget, but this is an area that the Toronto Public Library Foundation actively supports. There's lots of donors who want to support youth, and it really helps supplement the things that we can do.
So how much money is the Library Foundation contributing to the operations of our libraries?
In the, to the chair, in the 2026 budget, there's about $4 million flowing through the operating budget that are funding various programs through the Toronto Public Library Foundation. And there is about $1 million or so in the capital program, and that's expected to grow over time.
I see really snazzy merch. TPL has great merch, and I'm wondering, is there a thought to lean into that for more revenue for the library?
Through you, Madam Chair, we've considered it, and really the merch that we've got are tote bags, which became incredibly popular. They've become a fashion statement in Toronto. We haven't looked at what expanding that would look like. We had in previous years looked at it, but setting up, we'd have to set up an online store, et cetera. So we're not sure that the investment would result in, although the bags have been incredibly popular, so we might reconsider that going forward.
Great, thank you. I definitely would sign up for a TPL mug and a hat, so thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions on the library? Seeing none, I'm just going to quickly set my own clock. You did pretty well in permanent affordability measures. There's some reductions in here and tracking all year and actualizing. So did pretty well, almost $2 million. But then I also see a similar reduction in the contribution to the reserve. I think is it the vehicle reserve or the assets and materials reserve? I'm wondering if it was that additional measure just to get to target. Is it a matter of doing that, or have we been doing those reductions to the contribution to the reserve over time?
To you, the chair. So yes, that's more of a bridging strategy to get to target for 2026 with working with the corporate financial planning team on bringing those contributions back in fold for 2027. The asset replacement reserve is really for our technology hardware. We're just building that up. So it didn't have any service impact because we weren't actually leveraging it at this time. The plan was, I think, started a couple of years ago to build up that reserve to a more sustainable amount so we can use that to replace our technology hardware. And the fleet reserve, we've worked with the fleet team and the corporate finance team to ensure that that adjustment, that bridging strategy didn't have an impact on any of our plans for 2026.
Okay, great. And open hours plan, that, the media loves to stare at that. Are we still tracking the uptake in usage to the investment? Are we still getting bang for our buck in the open hours plan? And I'll just load it into the question, where do we go from here? Because we've got them all open 7 days a week, but there was in the original open hours plan a plan to look at key libraries becoming places that were open till midnight, things like that. Is that still a goal for the board? Yeah.
Thank you for your question, and through you, Madam Chair. In terms of stats, we are tracking, and with respect to Sundays alone, and both circulation and visits during the same. So this past year, we opened up 100 branches for 5 hours of Sunday service, and that was new. And thank you for contributions through you for us to be able to make that happen. It's been very popular, and both with respect to circulation and visits over the period October to the end of the year 2024 compared to 2025, we've had a 50% increase in usage. So it has been impactful, and we are seeing the usage. In terms of going forward, you mentioned we're going to be at 100 branches 7 days a week. So as of July 2026 of this year, we will be at 100 branches. We still have a few branches we have to bring online for Monday service hours. That'll happen. That's within the budget already in the existing 2026 budget. And then there's a few other branches that as of November, we need to add some additional hours just to increase their hours to bring them up in the service band. And then at the end of this year, we will have reached, in terms of our open hours plan, up with the exclusion of what you mentioned, but we will have achieved all that's within the open hours plan with the dollars that are included this year. The one thing we haven't looked at and we haven't actually considered, but we can, depending on what our board and or council wants us to do. We haven't looked at the open until midnight. That would require probably some more changes to the collective agreement with respect to hours or hours of work, I should say. But we can look at that if there's the will to make that happen as well.
Okay, so that's something, having completed these parts about Sundays and Mondays, that's maybe something that the board would consider at some point in their deliberations through the year. So we'd be getting a new proposal, but it would be clear to the board, because we're refreshing to that degree, that's a new request at that point. And so we would really have to work on figuring out whether or not in fact it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Chair, I can't speak for the board, but I haven't seen them wanting us to consider that at this point.
Okay.
Again, I think they're very appreciative of what we've achieved to date, and I think at this point we're probably like 96% of the open hours plan has been achieved. That's a number I'm just throwing out there. I don't have the exact percentage, but the majority of the open hours plan has been achieved and has been very successful in terms of feedback that we're getting and usage and stats.
Okay, and I didn't have time to scroll all the way down to Capitol. Dawes Road branch, when's it happening? Because I know someone is watching this broadcast on live stream.
Absolutely, and through you, Madam Chair. Dawes Road is moving along very efficiently. In fact, the general contractor just before the winter got quite a bit of work done. The foundation is done, and we are still aiming for end of 2028 to have that branch open and operational. So fingers crossed if it continues at the same pace that it's going. We're hopeful that will happen by the end of 2028.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, I think those are the questions for Toronto Public Library. We have 15 minutes. Should we try and do Toronto Public Health? Yes. Think we can do it? The answer is yes. And a reminder, if councillors are monitoring and they've had time to review notes, if they're watching in their office or whatever, we would really love to be able to look at all the briefing notes over our lunch hour. So please submit if you can, so that the clerk can make sure that finance staff, et cetera, have had a look at them. And there you go. Yeah, because I don't know how many questions there are. Okay, so I'm going to canvass for questions. Questions of Toronto Public Health. I know Councillor Moyse does, Councillor Chang does. Councillor Perks, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, any questions on Toronto Public Health? Seeing none. Any on this side? You're doing a wait and see. Okay, Councillor Moyse, go ahead.
Thank you, and I'll try to be quick. I know it's almost lunch. I know that for some schools, they simply do not have the infrastructure to support a student nutrition program. Will capital funding allocated to the Universal Morning Meal Program be used to ensure that all schools have the equipment they need to deliver the program?
To the chair, yes, we do still have capital dollars to be able to support schools that are coming online for the student nutrition program. So as we do the rollout of phase 3 and phase 4 over the rest of the 25-26 and then 26-27 school years, if there are schools that do need some capital upgrades, we do have funding for that.
Yeah, excellent. So Toronto Public Health currently provides harm reduction supplies to over 100 organizations across the city when it comes to demands for these supplies. So I do have two questions on this. Are you currently providing supplies to all organizations who have asked for them, or are you at capacity? And B, are all of the organizations you partner with receiving the full quantity of supplies they request on time?
To the chair, I believe we are fulfilling all requests. The harm reduction supplies are 100% provincially funded, and we do that flow through to any requesting partners that are interested in providing harm reduction supplies. Some of the challenges that we do here in partners is there are issues of space. So being able to receive all the supplies at once and being able to hand out space issues might slow them down in terms of how much they can deliver at a time. But certainly as a flow through, we are able to provide service partners with the supplies that they're interested in delivering.
Excellent. And one of the key challenges Toronto Public Health is facing is attracting and retaining specialized talent, particularly public health nurses and inspectors. Why are we not offering compensation for these positions that is competitive with other municipalities where the cost of living is significantly lower?
To the chair, I would start. I think we did just have a recent collective agreement where the salaries negotiations were revisited for the next 4 years in terms of salaries for both nurses and public health inspectors. We do have a number of competitions. At a recent external posting for public health nurses, we had over 300 applicants apply. So at this time, we are still evaluating our ability to attract and retain. Certainly retention is very good in terms of most people leaving are due to retirements or promotions or higher opportunities elsewhere. But certainly I think our recent experience is that we are not seeing declines or disinterest in coming to Toronto Public Health.
Excellent. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Sorry about that. We're just trying to get ahead on the briefing notes. That was Councillor Moyes. Councillor Cheng, you're next.
Thank you. Through the chair. On page 8, in priority actions, it's identified to promote the conditions to support positive mental health, reduce the harms of substance use. And I'm just wondering, what is the budget allocation towards promoting these conditions? These are very large problems that affect multiple systems in our city, and so this kind of investment is so important.
To the chair, thank you for that question. Certainly, we do a number of programs across this area, so it's a little difficult to exactly tease out how much we're allocating. For example, we have a more broad school-based budget where promotion of substance use prevention, harm reduction is part of that school programming, but difficult to say exactly what proportion of that school service is there. When we do look at our specific services around mental health and harm reduction, our clinical services in our substance use program areas, that is around $22 million, but it's probably an underestimate because it's not incorporating some of the other services that we're providing in mental health and substance use elsewhere.
People who are low income have a real challenge accessing mental health supports that are not pharmacological. And so I'm just wondering, you know, the way that we have now a dental clinic that supplements and helps people who are low income be able to access dental care, is there anything in this budget that helps lower income community members access mental health supports that are not just prescriptions?
To the chair, The corollary to the dental program is difficult because that is 100% funded provincial service to provide dental services to both low-income children as well as to seniors. We don't have any direct funding from the province to provide mental health supports and services. The only specific funding we have received and is in the budget for 2026 is the continuation of the Heart Hub funding that does include some mental health supports and services associated with that. Otherwise, it is through our general mental health promotion that we would do through our other programming.
Do you think it would be helpful for us to advocate for a similar type of program for mental health that we have in an arrangement with the province with regard to dental care?
I think that would be best advocated for, to the chair, through Ontario Health and the new Centre for Excellence in Mental Health as a part of the continuum of the health care services. I don't think public health is the best place to be having to now attract and provide those one-on-one mental health promotion services.
Thank you.
Yeah,
no.
that's a discussion for Board of Health.
Zone.
Purely.
I have one final question, and I know that we are the flow through for over millions of safe injection products. I guess I'll call it that. And SDF&A did pick up 96,000 items in their program. And I wonder, when the province gives us money to distribute these items, is there any parallel funding for the cleanup that needs to happen because these items are going into the population?
To the chair, no, the funding we receive is just specifically for the products and that we do distribute to hand them out. We don't receiving any specific funding for pickup.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions.
Okay, those are Toronto Public Health questions. Questions over here. Councillor Chernow-Slin, Councillor Perks. Seeing none, those are the questions for Toronto Public Health then. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Sorry? Well, someone asked us to keep arena boards of management here, but it better be a budget question. Boy, it better. I'm really keen to hear this question. Go ahead. Pardon?
You're next.
Yes.
You're after arena boards.
Yes, it's arena boards and then AOX. If I'm really strict with you, we can probably do them both. Arena boards of management question? I don't know who is here to answer the question. Oh, here we go. Go ahead. Oh, no.
Okay, I'll start. So overall, the arena boards operate close to break even at the program level, with several individual arenas generating net surpluses that particularly offset high-cost sites. So that was not a question. So
that is correct. That is not a question.
That was reading my own notes. Let me start again. As user fees rise to maintain arena boards' cost recovery, how are we ensuring that access for youth, community-based organizations, and equity-deserving groups or lower-income users is not adversely affected?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So user fees are actually determined by the board, but one of the other changes that have been made recently to coordinate better with the boards is that the Parks and Rep group have established a single point of contact for arena boards, and that single point of contact helps them connect with and navigate the city's any services or coordination needs within the cities, including the topic that you've just referenced. We also are able to furnish the boards with data or connect them with data that we've collected on behalf of city programs to address that consideration to help inform their own programming and user fee decisions.
Okay. Also, given rising utilities and maintenance costs, are there plans to accelerate energy retrofits or efficiency upgrades at Arena Board's facilities?
Through the chair, Councillor, the work at the Arena Board is planned similar to any other city facilities. The SOGR planning decisions are made based on the comprehensive condition assessments that are completed. These condition assessments then help us determine a capital plan for the site. We also include measures such as energy efficiency, accessibility improvements, addressing any code compliance issues, and we also discuss with the board members and see any other additional scope they want to add, and they also fundraise occasionally to add the scope. So all of this helps us to develop fulsome scope. For example, at the Moss Park Arena, where a project is planned, we are putting high efficiency LED lighting. We are putting electrical connections for Zamboni. All the mechanical equipment will be high efficiency equipments.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, that wraps for Arena Boards of Management. I think if we get into AOX, I'm going to end up having to extend the meeting. So I'm going to suggest that we recess there and we come back to Association of Community Centers. And I need the list because I didn't have a pencil when we were going through it. Just to remind people that when we come back, we've got AOX, X-Place, Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, Toronto Parking Authority, TRCA, and the Toronto Zoo. And the others we released. We're good? Okay. Thank you, everyone. 1:30 sharp. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we are back from recess. This is it. We're almost through the 3-day marathon. We are going right off the top to Arena Boards of Management, or not, sorry, AOCS. We're going to Association of Community Centers. You guys have the briefing note in your analyst notes. It's briefing note number 4, and we have an array of people to speak to you, whether it's capital or operating. We should be able to handle it so long as it's in budget. Okay, who has questions? Okay, Councillor Chang, Moise, Councillor Myers? Not so far, anyway. Okay, go ahead. Councillor Chang, why don't you go first?
Gary? Okay, let's.
Mine is green.
Mine's working. Okay. Okay, say.
Hello? Oh, great. Thank you, and I'll just reset my time, please. I just wanted to clarify, who pays for the asset that are the buildings where we run our AOCs?
To you, Madam Chair, it's Pat Matoso, Councillor Cheng. With respect to capital, that's the responsibility of the city through corporate real estate management.
And who pays for the maintenance of the building? So if something breaks or just the overall fixing, I'm just trying to understand the budgetary impact. So.
And it's all right here, briefing note number 4. Yes. Okay, go ahead. But we need to get beyond how things work to what is your budget this year. Yep. Okay.
Sorry, to you, Madam Chair. In terms of from a capital asset policy, anything less than 50,000 is the responsibility of the AOC. Anything over 50,000 is the responsibility of CREM.
So what percentage of the operational budget that we provide to the AOCs covers that portion of their responsibility?
Councillor, I don't think we have the exact allocation of what percentage, so that is information that we could see if we could pull for you. Part of their core administrative funding, that would be the opportunity for AOCs to be able to deal with any small repairs that would be under their responsibility. As you know, the city provides operating funding to them.
My question is there sufficient funding for the maintenance of the buildings that are in the AOC's responsibility that allow them to maintain the assets such that there isn't additional pressure on our state of good repair? Because these are small not-for-profits and they fundraise anything additional to what the city provides. So I'm just wondering, is there adequate funding to ensure the good maintenance of our assets?
So through the chair, we are working with the AOCs to identify through the multi-year AOC facilities and operations plan that exact pressure, and then through that report and that plan to allow us to better budget and work with them to address these issues over a longer period of time.
So there is a plan to see how we can get to just a better level of sustainability to protect our assets so we don't incur a greater backlog of state of good repair. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Okay. Other questions? Councillor Moise?
Councillor Chang asked my question, but I'll ask one more. Are any AOCs currently operating in a non-city-owned facility? And are any of those AOCs at risk of displacement over the next 5 years?
So through the chair, there are 2 AOCs are currently leased in leased facilities. That's Grove Community Center, as well as the Central Eglinton Community Center. And efforts are currently underway to help support them with longer-term leases, but there is no immediate displacement for any AOCs operating in non-city-owned facilities at this moment.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions here? Seeing none, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so now we're into, we have a number that we released, so we're all the way up to Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation. I saw them earlier. Oh, there they are. Yeah. Oh, did we, sorry, I missed it because it's in the middle there between check marks. Sorry. So it's X Place first, but the switching of the chairs is a good thing. Sorry about that. So we're going to Exhibition Place. And the questions were, I think, Deputy Mayor Morley, you had some. Why don't you start us, and I'll see if anybody else has questions on Exhibition Place.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, good afternoon. I just have one quick question, and it's with respect to how the construction at Ontario Place and Hotel X is anticipated to impact the parking that will be needed for FIFA, and if there are any specific budget allocations to help manage that need in this coming year.
Through the chair, the development of the Phase 2 hotel and the performance venue is not going to start until March 2027, which is post-FIFA. So there's no impact. In terms of City Council direction in December 2023, for the provision of parking space within Exhibition Place ground, including the Better Living Center, I think that's on hold now, given that the Premier late last year indicated that the province will be responsible for the parking spaces at Ontario Place directly for the development that's happening there.
Okay, that's helpful. I didn't catch that announcement late last year, so I have to catch myself up, but that's helpful information. Thank you. That's my only question.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Councillor Moyes, you had questions?
Yeah, I do have a few. So given the significant volume of construction activity in and around X Place, some major events, including the Honda Indy, have relocated away from the site. The 2026 budget notes a $0.6 million decrease in user fee revenues associated with FIFA-related impacts. Are other additional losses anticipated?
Due to hosting FIFA and Exhibition Place ground, some events were lost, such as the Honda Indy. But the Honda Indy contribute a small amount to Exhibition Place financial performance, and it can certainly be make up. Sales and marketing staff have already been looking at some new bookings. In the past, there have been a lot of interest to have other racing association in the grounds. Now that the Indy is no longer on the grounds, that may or may not materialize. We'll see how that goes. But the impact itself from the loss of the Indy is very negligible. Yeah.
So you don't anticipate any other losses?
Some of the other events, let's say like an artist project or whatever, they will just be, we'll move them around buildings once, providing there's availability. Yeah, so no impact there.
So significant investments are being made to prepare X Place for the FIFA World Cup. In other host cities, similar investments have not always resulted in sustainable community access or animation of the renovated facilities. What specific strategies are in place to ensure FIFA-related investments increase year-round community use, programming, and revenue generation following the event?
There's a legacy project that Exhibition Place and city staff are working on. They haven't decided on what that project is. Through the chair also, to bring FIFA to bring BMO Field to FIFA operating standard, we've been working with the City Corporate Secretariat Office, who is directly responsible for the state of good repair to bring the building to FIFA standards. The accounting and reporting is done through Exhibition Place books. That's why you see it in the capital budget there, just because the facility is on Exhibition Place site. Otherwise, it's a city responsibility. As part of the state of good repair, MLSC is contributing $9 million of their money to have some of the state of good repair remain on either a semi-permanent or a permanent basis that they could use. Yeah.
Okay. And just one last question. So one of the key challenges identified by staff is the development of Ontario Place that Deputy Morley mentioned. What impacts would this development have on operations, events, programming, access, and revenue for X Place?
Through the chair, I don't think the development at Ontario Place will have any impact to Exhibition Place. In the past, when there are events, including in the summer concert series, when they're there, there's not enough parking on Ontario Place, so we get a spillover from that, right? I mean, so both facility, when it's at max because of multiple events, feed off each other, so we don't see any impact from the development at Ontario Place. Actually, it may be positive, actually, yeah. Also, the Phase 2 hotel and the performance venue are aligning themselves to open the same time the Ontario Place will reopen. And with the performance venue, which will all be new business Exhibition Place, we right now performer working with Live Nation and the Phase 2 hotel tenant, about 225 events per year in the performance venue. So I think it will be all positive.
Okay, happy to hear that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions about Exhibition Place? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Which brings us here. Now we're down to the stuff I was looking at before. So now we're at Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation. Sorry about that. Okay. I'm trying to remember who had questions here. Oh, okay, both of you do. So we'll take Councillor Chang first and then Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. I was noticing on page 3 that vendor work orders are substantially lower in terms of meeting the goal, the service standard of 2 days. And I'm just wondering why there's a gap in that and how it can be improved.
Through the chair. The vendor work order standard is generally set at 5 days. Unfortunately, that standard was set before we entered into some new contracts with vendors. Some of the items that we do, such as pest control, are done in 6-week cycles. So by default, those do not meet the service standard. And in this fiscal year, we have in our strategic plan to carry out a maintenance quality improvement project to revisit the standards and ensure that we're prioritizing the work that's most meaningful and most impactful to the seniors.
Thank you. I note, because I did send a question, that there is a work order maintenance system that is in place. And is there also, in terms of for residents, a system that they can easily use in order to track the work orders that they have submitted?
Through the chair. We use the Yardi platform, which has been modified, and it's the Homes platform now, and we share it with Toronto Community Housing. It is in Toronto Community Housing's IT plan this year in order to provide a resident-facing portal where residents as well as their caregivers will be able to log in and get live time updates. But at this time, any update provided to residents would be done through the site staff.
I want to just ask a question about rapid rehousing initiative. I heard about it at TCHC. It's happening, and it's happening here at TSHC. 150 shelter applicants were brought into the TSHC housing, and that introduces a level of complexity that sometimes can impact already vulnerable elderly residents. And I'm just wondering, do we track the impact on the community? Because these are residents who don't always have a voice. English isn't necessarily their first language, and we had to help a resident in that situation. And I'm just wondering what kind of tracking is happening. I think it's important that this program is in place, but I think we need to make sure that everyone is supported through that.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor. So Toronto Seniors Housing, over the last 3 years, we have had a commitment to accept 150 Rapid Rehousing Initiative tenants, and we have filled that obligation. And also, we have a complex tenancy team, which with every Rapid Rehousing tenant, they visit that person and they provide support to that individual. And so we do see that some of these individuals can have an impact on the environment, on the home, and to other tenants. And so that contact does provide really a prompt response to that. And we get, then the work can be done specifically with that tenant and also helping to address what's happening in the home. Also want to mention that with that program, the city commits resources as well to support that tenant with the case management and services that we would need. So that from that perspective, we feel, I think, similar to Toronto Community Housing, it has been successful in helping people, in precarious housing find a place to live. But there are challenges within the home to get them settled, and also can be across the buildings.
And so are we tracking that impact?
It's, through the chair to the councillor. So our complex tenancy team keeps very close kind of record in terms of that individual, and we know through any complaints which the other tenants may be raising at that home, how it is affecting that. So it is tracked through the different mechanisms.
And is there a budget for additional security when that is necessary?
Through the chair to the councillor, that I would say that is minimal, and it's not in the budget, and it would be on an as-needed basis if there had to be kind of an acute intervention and support with the CSU.
I note in your report that the tenant engagement model is very celebrated. People really enjoy the programs that are brought on by the tenants themselves. But I also note that there's a lack of staff capacity to continue to implement the new tenant engagement model and to expand partnerships. I'm wondering, in future budgets, is that something that we're looking at because we know that all these programs really support the mental health and well-being of the residents who live in our seniors housing. And so there's some constraints. We're not able to grow it this year, but because of its popularity, is there a plan to try to empower more residents to bring programming into their communities?
Through that chair to the councillor, yes, there is. I'll first kind of speak to what we're seeing with moving into 2026 with no specific kind of increase in internal resources as it relates to, say, our community service coordinators. That there was 4, there was 2 provided in a previous budget, so that has allowed us to, and you'll see in the budget package that there has been an increase in those tenant-led activities in the buildings, and with the expectation and demand, that curve will continue to grow. And so yes, those to continue to grow that curve, we will need those supports, but we're also just not looking internally. I think there is also the aspect of partnerships. And so we are right now, as partners approach us, or we're working with the Ontario health teams around, what supports can be brought into the buildings as well. So the more resources, the more it helps to kind of that curve to move up, more quickly to support tenants, but they're even organically at the building. We're with the Community Connect Plus in place. The tenants have more ability to, with use of space, to use it, and groups come together. We continue to move up in the tenant-led social program. So we're keeping it moving, but resources, can create a ceiling.
Thank you. Those are my questions, and I love my seniors communities. They're just so
you.
vibrant and full of passion, and they're very well supported by the people on the ground. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. You touched on the pest control piece. I want to ask you about that. You touched on the social isolation, so I want to ask you about that. How will staffing capacity be addressed if demand for senior-specific programming and complex tenancy support continues to grow?
Yes, through the chair to the council. I think that can really, there's a lot there that can build on what I shared with Councillor Chang, just around that aspect of those supports, for the tenants. And I believe that the two areas where the greatest focus kind of needs to be to really provide that support relates to those programs that we can provide. Our staff can provide some support for tenants to get those organized within the buildings, bring in partners from the community. And then I also think a real quantum difference can be made if we have, and if we work in a more improved relationship with our Ontario health teams, with some of the health providers in the community, so that space with housing and health, there's better integration with those two and supporting each other.
Okay, great. And you actually just answered my last question, so thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, to our colleagues from Toronto Seniors Housing. Safety and security within the buildings in my ward continue to be an area of interest and concern. I wonder if you can just speak to what investments are being made in this current budget before us in the area of safety and security in the seniors buildings.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor. First of all, as it relates to, I think, what we traditionally know as safety and security, and the CSU, the Community Safety Unit, that is delivered through Toronto community housing, and so we work closely with them around the identification of priority sites, priority high-risk sites for support. We also work with them when there are kind of acute responses needed with certain properties. So that's one area. Also, we, I believe Sean spoke to this at his presentation from Toronto Community Housing, is the work around the tenant safety and wellness plan that they have. And similar to Toronto Community Housing, where they're looking at those kind of more community safety plans, Toronto Seniors Housing will be doing the same for some key high-risk properties across our portfolio as well. So those are two key areas around safety. And I do also, we can't forget about, how just even social and recreational and activities within the building help with safety. So that is also a part of our work with the tenants, is trying to provide as much support as we can for kind of very active, involved communities.
Great. Thank you so much for the confirmation of those pieces, and I appreciate the work. We've seen some good strides lately, so we're looking forward to continuing that progress. Thank you. That's all for me, Madam Chair.
Sorry about that. We got sidetracked. We were just looking at your mortgage payment. We look at the fun stuff up here. Which brings me to that question. I found that interesting. It's separated out, so those are the mortgages that are on your particular properties, right?
So through the chair and to the chair, that's our contribution. So we have an agreement with Toronto Community Housing, and that's our contribution to the mortgages. They hold the mortgages on the properties.
Okay, they're in the main corporation's name. Okay. We had TCHC here yesterday. We should next year try to do them together so that some of the follow-on questions work better together. But my question is about the growth in need, because I'm wondering how that assessment gets done. You're tracking how many people are on the waiting list who are asking for senior-specific units, but in terms of need, we know it's only going to grow for a number of reasons, including A, we're all getting older, but B, there's also, because of the shortfall in long-term care, the people there have a far higher level of acuity than they did before. So people are coming looking for your properties. So I note that you have a number of people in there paying market rent. I'm assuming like TCHC, that would be sort of an adjusted rent, but you're the last option for them before long-term care. So the question is, when they're assessing what to do in revitalization sites, do you get a chance to ask, is there a way to fit a building and put some senior units in a building C, perhaps, so that you could have a growth opportunity out of the revitalization program?
Through the chair and to the chair. Yes, we are included in that. There will be the first new Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation development will be part of the Lawrence Heights redevelopment, and we're working with Toronto Community Housing and their design and engineering team in order to produce a building that's suitable for seniors and specifically designed for them to succeed and live independently.
Okay.
And it will result in a net increase of units.
Right. Okay. Excellent. So that's a great first example. And should I assume if we're pushing for this to happen, you actually bring a different pro forma to the table? Because in seniors, it's rent geared to income, but what if people are getting CPP and OAS, it's slightly higher than what ODSP clients and such are getting. So while it's rent geared to income, you wouldn't have the problem we heard about yesterday in TCHC, where increasingly RGI means 80% of them are at the lowest bar in RGI, whereas your tenants might be paying a little higher because it's geared to slightly higher income.
Yes, through the chair to the chair. I can't recall quite what the number was for TCHC, but I know on average our tenants pay $611 per month. But a lot of that is, it is supported by the CPP, by their guaranteed income, right? So I would suggest, I'm not an expert on this,
right,
but to your point, the pro forma could look different for this combination of market and RGI for a family unit versus a seniors building.
Right, right. Okay. So we'll watch for that in both corporations and communicate to our councillors on the board. Okay, those are my questions. If there are no others, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We're going on to other things that start with the word Toronto. We have Toronto Parking Authority.
That's me, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Just about to canvass. We're just we're doing some changing of the chairs. Okay. We'll take Councillor Sachs' questions first, and then bring it in. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you very much. My first question is, given the changes that the city has made to the governance and revenue sharing at the TPA, has there been any adverse impact on the planned improvements to bike share or to EV charging?
It's actually just swiping it is easier. This one works with a swipe. It's quite good. Yeah.
And it's green now, so I know I'm on.
There you go.
So good afternoon, committee members. And first of all, I'd like to apologize. Scott, our CEO, could not be here today because he had a scheduling conflict. So it's myself, Roseanne Lee, the CFO. I have on my left here Arjun, who's the director of FPD, as well as Anthony, who's in charge of stakeholders relations. So through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So the impact on, so my assumption is the impact of TPA now being funded through the city and moving under the city division. So I'll answer that question based on that perspective. There is no change to bike share and EV strategy. The budget has been completed, and the only difference is the funding formula for the total capital. So there's no change if you're asking specifically for bike share and EV.
Right. Now, on bike share as well, I'm sure you saw the article, I think it was by Matt Elliott, saying, okay, is TPA now going to be nickel and diming bike share users to the extent that we drive people away? Is there going to be nickel and diming, adding many new charges, multiple new charges to bike share users?
So we will be adding chargers. That is part of the bike share plan. There's no nickel and diming. The annual fee still remains the same. There's no increase in user fees for 2026 budget. The rates will remain the same.
Okay, if I want to get more detail of what the extra charges will be, where do I get that?
There are no extra charges. There's no fee increases in 2026 in our 2026 budget.
Okay. All right. He also documented 21 parking lots with utilization rates from 3% to 9%. Is it fair to assume that parking lots with utilization rates operate at a loss? And what is the total loss for 2025 or forecast for 2026?
So our off-street lots, parking lots are within our off-street revenue bucket. Those operate in totality at a 56% contribution margin. Now, if we're looking
I
at...
saw that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm not asking you about the total. I'm asking about those specific lots.
For the
We've got
specific...
21 lots with very low utilization. I'm asking about them.
Okay, so for some of our lower utilization lots, we have been working with CREATO in identifying the underperforming lots, and they are reallocating some of those for other city needs. So these were included as part of the long-term financial plan report that was provided to council last year, I believe. So those will be leveraging city assets, and some of those lots are included in there.
Okay, but my question is, what are those 21 low-performing lots? What is the annual operating loss for those lots?
1.1 million. 1.5 million.
1.5 million. Okay, thank you. And then the empty retail space in the Kensington Market parking lot. This has been an ongoing problem for many months. What I'm told is that the TPA is proposing to charge such a high rate that nobody will pay. They've been staying empty. That's reducing occupancy in the parking lot as well, and has a general depressing area of impact on the community. Given that the retail units have stayed empty for so long, are you open to reducing the rent that you're proposing to charge down to a rate where you actually get a tenant?
Is this the lot you're referring to on Baldwin Street?
Yes.
Yes.
That's right.
So
it's a garage, and it's got 6 retail units, but TPA has been proposing to charge so much that no one will rent them.
So, Councillor Sachs, we're delving into things that really aren't budget areas that we'd have any authority over. It sounds like something that really needs to be taken up with the board of the Toronto Parking Authority, which is
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, I'll keep going. All right, page 17. The chart says that the repair backlog over the next 10 years is going to balloon from 37 million now to 130 million by the end of the decade, plus another 150 million needed for car parks 36 and 52. So am I correct that we're anticipating basically a repair backlog of nearly $300 million over the next 10 years?
So the clarity on how about I start with this? So we did complete a building conditions assessment on Car Park 36, which is the City Hall parking lot. There's no imminent emergency in getting that fixed, but there is going to be a business case that has to come up to determine between CREM as well as TTC, because some of the facilities are joint partnerships, so they'll be working together to complete a business case, and then we will come back with more next steps in terms of timeline, sequences, as well as the actual dollars of investments that are needed. So right now, the estimate is the 150, so potentially, yes. So your statement is correct that potentially there could be 300 or more of required SOGR.
Right. How long can we safely continue to use the parking lot under City Hall if this major work isn't done? Roughly. We're talking a month, a year, a decade?
Our engineers had provided me an estimate of 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Next question is on page 7. You talk about the increasing frequency of crime-related incidents adversely affecting the psychological and physical health and safety of customers, employees, and so on. Are you referring primarily to parking garages, or does this also apply to surface lots and on-street?
So Councillor Sachs, I didn't turn your clock on until halfway through, so that will be your last question. Thanks.
Okay, well, I just want to know, what is this problem? What are you doing about it?
This is mainly garages. We are working with the corporate security offices. We have invested over the years. We've grown investment in security to $4.6 million. That's more than 2 times what we had spent in 2020, and we're maintaining that level. Security, we use a multidisciplinary security structure. So it's a risk-based framework where we look at incidents, we look at data, and they're based on a number of factors, including police data, usage, and number of levels, as well as existing security measures.
Thank you.
Okay, Toronto Parking Authority. Councillor Moyes, you had some questions?
I do, just a few. What is the $12.8 million in parking equipment and technology advancement going to provide for the city?
Arjun, do you want to take that one?
Basically replacing legacy equipment for pay-by-plate, which is on-street, and parks is for the off-street and surface lots.
Thanks. You want to reset the clock? I don't have a lot of questions, but...
I'm a little burnt out on day 3, so I keep forgetting to turn the clock on. Just take advantage of it.
I feel it. No, I'm not one of those people. With the $10.8 million budget in 2026 for Toronto Bike Share, how many more docks, iconic bikes, and e-bike does TPA aim to acquire?
I have to look at that detail.
So $10.3 million budget, 2026 for Bike Share.
Do you want?
Sure. So Toronto Bike Share has the 3rd largest bike share program in North America, which is amazing. While revenue tripled in 2025, what are plans to further expand the program's usability and availability?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So the bike share program is the 4th largest in North America and tripled in revenue in 2025. What are the plans to further expand this program's usability and availability? Do you have further plans to expand across the city? It's doing great. It's amazing.
There are plans. So there's a 5-year strategy, bike share strategy that we just released. I could share that with council after this meeting.
Sure, no problem, no problem. That's fine. You give me the information for my second question later on.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have an answer for the bikes.
Yeah, so for the bikes, it's approximately 900 new bikes, of which 260 are e-bikes, 73 stations, and 1,500 docking points, and 360 are e-docks for the e-bikes.
You've expanded the program into Scarborough and Etobicoke, right? I know our Scarborough friends love to ask those questions.
Yes.
I'll ask it for them. You've expanded the program to also Etobicoke and Scarborough as well?
It's in all 25 wards by the end of 2025. So we've expanded to all 25 wards.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Why do we always leave out North York when we're naming suburbs? I'm starting to feel left out. They're feeling targeted, we're feeling left out. Those are all your questions? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm wondering about whether this budget reflects TPA partnerships like the one TPA seems to have with Purelator.
Through the chair, this includes all partnership revenue, so this is reflected within the off-street budget line.
Off-street budget line. So there is revenue associated with these kinds of partnerships.
Correct.
Is there additional allocation for resident engagement and consultation as part of these?
That is part of every program we do, all residents consultation for any new item we do.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good to know because I'll follow up offline on some challenges I'm having in my ward, but that's it. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair. What is the projected cost recovery rate for bike share in 2026?
The cost recovery rate.
So the amount invested to operate bike share versus the revenue that we receive.
If I can interject while we're looking up the answer there, to be fair, what the city asks of the board is that they manage a good program, and then we look at the gross that they return to the city every year. So we never ask them to divide it up into pieces. So these are tricky questions that can be collected over
you
time.
You can take a moment, and I'll move on.
There you go.
That's a fair question.
No, she has the answer.
Yeah. So when we look at our business, we do look at it in different segments. So bike share is not, it has cost recovery, but it still operates at a loss in 2026. So we still subsidize the program to 2.7 million.
Okay, and we can get a percentage later. In terms of technology investment, is TPA incorporating any license plate reading parking devices that auto bill users? Is that something that is going to be implemented in 2026?
That will be implemented in 2026, and we would love to showcase some of that to the council members if you're interested.
Great. I look forward to the parking presentation. Are there any parking spots planned to be surplused in this budget or transitioning to other uses? And what is the projected financial impact of these?
Yeah, it would be under the CRE2 umbrella.
So any revenue from that surplusing doesn't come back to you, is that correct?
Correct.
2026 is slated to achieve the highest total revenue in history for TPA. That is quite an achievement. And I'm wondering what, it looks from the graphs that usage seems to be quite stable. So what can we attribute that projected growth to? Is that tied to FIFA? Why are we projecting that incredible increase?
So originally it would have been a larger increase if we could take some rates. So we're not taking any rates in 2026. It will be based on some growth opportunities with other providers, as well as we will have some incremental inventory for on-street. So not as large as we would like, but there is some increase.
Yes, and it supports other areas of economic development.
Correct.
There's other contributions, so it's not a net zero growth. And in terms of our capacity, so I think I'm just wondering, is it the city's responsibility to project for the need for future green P lots as the city projects to grow, especially vertically across the city? Or does green P contribute to a citywide plan, just like we have a facilities master plan? Do we have a plan of how we will increase parking availability as the city grows?
That would be a partnership between ourselves and the city, and our board can provide direction on that in the future.
Right. Is there work to do that type of projections in this coming year? Is there some allocation of resources towards that kind of work? Because we are just seeing a lot of growth being projected in our city.
We can do that. We can,
So we're
through the direction of our
really in
board.
policy area now.
Yes, yes.
Really, really in policy area.
Okay, my last question. Parking equipment and technology management. In your report, it says limitations on ability to modernize because of legacy systems and adapting to evolving industry standards. And I'm wondering, what are those limitations and how are we overcoming them?
So I'm not an expert in that area. I will have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of TPA? I'm just going to ask a couple of questions to reset because there were some things highlighted in questions earlier. I just want to do a reset. The move of bike share under the umbrella of Toronto Parking Authority, we moved it in knowing that it's not profitable, might not be for many years, but sitting on that real estate, we're able to continue to have it as an environmental goal. But the board knows that they're not looking for it to suddenly give them a huge profit. They plan for the expansion knowing that the profit might take many years, if ever. That's clear to the board in their financial estimates. And in terms of parking expansion, if we come to you and say we have this condo lot, would you like to come in and operate it? You're ready to do it. Or actually, an arena is coming on stream in Don Mills very soon that will have a lot. But if you were to have a policy to say you wanted to expand parking across the city, the board understands that would have to align with city planning policy.
Correct, and the city can direct us, so the city can direct us to operate all the lots.
Okay, and last but not least, yes, you have some lots that are not turning a profit. That's why they're under consideration from Create TO. But you offered them up. You did that analysis and offered them up. So that's what generated that work. It's not that you're trying to hold on to, not profitable lots. Okay, just wanted to make sure. And at the end of the day, a sizable chunk of revenue returns to the city, unlike many other cities who have not figured out a way to make money on their parking. Despite not being able to raise fees this year, what is the revenue share returning to the city?
So the city, as of 2026, will get 100% of the revenue that we generate. That's approximately 45 million in cash, well, 61 including the amortization.
Keeping what you need to operate a good corporation.
So we can, for the operating expenses, we can operate 100% because we do make a profit. City will fund us 100% of the capital starting 2026.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, thank you. Okay, those are the questions for Toronto Parking Authority. Thank you, thank you. Okay, Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. We're almost done things that start with Toronto.
Good afternoon. Thank you
Good
for having us.
afternoon. Long time no see.
Yes.
Okay. Are there? Yes, there are. I have Councillor Sachs for questions on TRCA. Are there any others? Not right now. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Deputy Mayor Morley. We'll let Councillor Sachs go first. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, John. Thanks for all the amazing work you and your team do. I have to say I was concerned to see flood forecasting on the constraint list. Surely of all the things you do, telling us when a big flood is coming is pretty key. Why is flood forecasting on the constraint list?
Through the chair, I think, you know what, I'm going to have to look at that in some more detail. I mean, we have limited operating that we put towards that. And again, Toronto Water has helped us a little bit to offset some of that were some of the challenges with recovery. But I can look at that a little bit closer and get back to you.
Yes, please. You know where to find me. All right. The other question is that the City of Toronto pays 62% of your municipal levies. We know that the province is proposing to create a lot of extra costs for you. They're proposing a forced name change. They're proposing to create a new provincial entity that'll be charged in part to you. What will the net cost impact for the city be if the province goes ahead with creating all those extra costs?
So through the chair, I know you know, and a number of the City of Toronto members of our board of directors, we have been putting our best foot forward in concert with the city, and I believe over 120 municipalities and many others in terms of stakeholders. There's over 3,000 submissions that have gone forward to the province Ontario, to the province of Ontario related to their proposal for the City of Toronto and Toronto Region Conservation Authority. One of the key things we want to do is to maintain our watershed boundaries as they are. Yes, they did indicate a name change, and we are doing our very best to mitigate that through discussions with provincial officials at all levels, and leveraging our board contacts to get those discussions underway, and we will continue to do that. But right now, we did, I think, communicate that our initial estimates, and our Director of Corporate Services can correct me if I've got it wrong, but it could be 3.5 to 4 million impact, depending on the scale, the type, I guess the urgency of having all of our branding changed, our name changed, if the province proceeds to direct us to change our name from Toronto and Region Conservation Authority to Central Lake Ontario Region Conservation Authority. Just due to the number of agreements we have and other things, it could be much more because there are a lot of staff hours. So there is a financial risk. We are doing our very best to mitigate that, and there's
So that's
anything
okay.
else.
I don't need more of that. My question was different. I mean, of course, also there'd be a lot of brand damage. But in addition, they're proposing to set up an entity that is going to impose levies on you, which you would then have to impose on us. What will that cost?
So through the chair to Councillor Sachs, we don't know. We are, like I said, doing our best to say that we just want to keep everything the same. We receive less than, I believe, $400,000 of our gross budget in operating from the province. Please let us just continue to do what we want to do. So we are doing our best to communicate our concerns with any kind of levy.
Okay, that's all I need at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Morley, yes.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Good to see you all. I just wanted to inquire about watershed plans. Does the operational budget before us include any development of new watershed plans? We're very enthusiastic about Mimico Creek watershed plan. It's planned to be planned, but I'm just wondering if there's any again, resources to move forward with watershed projects in 26.
So through the chair, I'll start. We do have an active watershed plan update underway for the Rouge River watershed, and that's underway. It's involving a lot of engagement right now with Indigenous communities and Parks Canada, of course, as a partner. There is an opportunity to look at some more projects in the... Joanne, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, so the 2026, through the chair, the 2026 budget does not have funding for a Mimico Creek watershed plan. I believe that watershed plan is scheduled to go forward in 2032. So if we were to expedite a watershed plan in Mimico Creek, that would require additional funding.
Got it. That's very helpful. Thank you for the clarification. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions on TRCA? Thank you very much then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll stop making jokes about things that start with Toronto. It gets people in trouble. So just the zoo. Maybe that's the problem. Yes. Okay. Toronto Zoo, I forgot, it was Councillor Moyse that had questions off the top. Go ahead, Councillor Moyse.
Save the best for last. Easy questions. So with the state of good repair, backlog expected to grow from 88.9 million in 2025 to 126.9 in 2035, How does the zoo plan to fund essential repairs without relying on debt?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. You'll see in the state of good repair chart, there is improvement made in the near term. And that's through some significant investments with the support of the city we're happy to make in a number of key areas, including our transition plans for all of our buildings to hit to help get to our net zero targets. You'll see it grow in the later part of the 10-year plan, the state of good repair backlog. That's driven by, we have noted in the note, constraints of about $50 million worth of work that would be needed. That's not included at this point, given limits on city debt. Now, I will also point out that we do have significant contributions from the Toronto Zoo Wildlife Conservancy, our fundraising arm. They're contributing about 25% or close to 25% of our capital funding. That continues to be an area of growth for us, and we continue to work to leverage donations and contributions from organizations and individuals that have strong connections to the zoo and want to see our legacy continue. So that will be a big part. The other piece that we are embarking on in 2026 is an update to our 2022 master plan, a new campus plan that we're calling it, that will help us to prioritize work. It will set out how we're going to grow in helping to deliver on our strategic objectives outlined in our strategic plan. And that will also include a development roadmap that will help to prioritize and that work and the funding that's needed. So the note does indicate that we will need to revisit funding levels for state of good repair in the back half of the 10-year plan. And that's something that we'll continue to work on with the city.
Because I see in 2029 or 28 starts to go up again, so. Okay, I think you've answered my second question, so I'll go to my third. So the budget report includes the acquisition of 6 zero-emission Zoomobile vehicles beyond emissions reductions. How will these new vehicles impact ongoing operating costs, maintenance requirements, and staffing?
Well, through the chair, these will be our first zero-emission Zoomobiles that we acquire. So there is work happening now with the approval of our budget. We will begin to build out the specs for those Zoomobiles. We do expect that they will result in savings for us on maintenance, on fuel costs, while helping us to hit our emission reductions. So we don't have those quantified yet. I think we've got to go out to the market and understand what's out there and what different products are available to do those calculations. But that's a big part of our transition plan to be net zero 2030.
As a follow-up, you have existing zoo mobiles, right?
We do.
And what are you going to do with those? Are you going to keep them, or are you just going to add these ones, the 6?
These ones will be added, and you can see it's $6 million over 3 years. So we would expect to acquire 2 per year, and they will be worked into the fleet as other Zoomobiles reach end of life.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Chang.
Thank you. One of my favorite places in the city. I wish I had more chances to go. Congratulations on being recognized as Canada's greenest employer in 2025 and being a top outdoor attraction by Attractions Ontario. I remember when I was visiting, I remarked on the incredible work you're doing on preserving DNA of endangered species. And this scientific work is really valuable for the generations to come. And I'm just wondering, what part of this budget is dedicated to that important science? And are there research grants available that we can use to further that important work?
The number, yeah. Thank you so much for that. And we talk often about sustainability, and we're talking about carbon, we're talking about climate, we're talking about our buildings, but species in our care, Blanding's turtles in the Rouge, protecting them, making sure they have their genetics protected for future generations, a huge part of what we do. That's led by our Chief Science Officer, Dr. Gabriela Mastromonaco, and she's actually an adjunct at 6 different universities and actually is active in several funding streams in partnership with those universities. And it's been a key part of our relationship with University of Toronto Scarborough, who are now actually investing in capital builds, our community conservation center, for instance, right at our front entrance. And I'll turn it over to Jamie for more of the specifics.
Yes, and through the chair, so in the 2026 budget, one of our priorities is to support the expansion and accreditation of the cryobank that we have at the zoo. So this is facilities that allow for deep freezing of genetic materials that are collected from animals, both at the zoo, but also working with partners around the world to support that work. So we've got, I believe it's in the around $500,000 worth of investment in expanding our cryobank facilities this coming year.
And is there also investment in tying that to the education piece that you provide so that university students and other children have access to learning about this incredible work?
Yes, thank you. And I often talk about our commitment to K to G education, kindergarten to grave, the whole way through. And the Community Conservation Center, actually 2 of the classrooms will be specifically for University of Toronto and University of Toronto Scarborough. So we'll be enhancing that and working to have access for those students from UTSC, but also Centennial College, because Monday to Friday is our biggest opportunity area as far as capacity, and really making use of that existing infrastructure and capital and making sure everybody has a link and an opportunity to learn at your Toronto Zoo. And in our strategic plan, we talk about our goal of hosting every child in Toronto, York, Peel with an educational experience, because more than ever, connecting with real in the outdoors is critical to their critical thinking and long-term development.
Thank you. And my last question, is there any budget allocated to new animal acquisitions? Are we going to welcome any new friends into the Toronto Zoo?
Well, we are optimistic. There's several new friends we're going to welcome, but they're all from existing residents. So our real focus in this plan, and going back to Councillor Moise's point, is really focusing on the individuals in our care right now, improving their quality of life, making sure we're meeting and exceeding accreditation and welfare standards. So no acquisitions like that in the imminent plans, with one exception: if there's a request for a species at risk that needs critical care, actually 2 exceptions, and we play a role often supporting the Solicitor General with confiscated animals from law enforcement. We don't talk a lot about that. They're not on public display. But as the experts in this province on this matter, we do sometimes see some new individuals come in that way. So I just want to put those 2 examples out there so you're not surprised one day when an individual shows up and they may be a product of the legal system.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for answering my questions.
And I like the K to G analogy.
Are there any other questions? I just had one, and it's one that it gets raised whenever people are talking about the city's budget in the media. And I admittedly, I haven't been there for a few years, so I don't know what progress is being made. There was a time when there was a real resistance to, if you had a sponsor come in and wanted to put a name on something, but add to the attractions at the zoo, there was a resistance to it. And then the door was opened up a bit during the time I was on the board. How is that going? Do we have a healthy program there?
So thank you for that question. I'm going to let Jamie finish in case I misconstrue something. We actually have a report going to our Board of Management in February around naming rights. We've found considerable traction from individuals as well as corporate folks who want to invest, who want to support children getting outdoors, who want to be part of the cryobank, nature's insurance policy. So we're working through that. We've had great conversations with our city partners, and we are seeing that expand. Your first glimpse of it was a few years ago at the Wildlife Health and Science Center, and now the next step with the Community Conservation Center. We want to see a lot more, and Jamie can expand.
I don't know if there's much more to add other than we are working to align with the city's naming policy, and this would just be bringing forward a consistent policy to our board for adoption, and then we work closely again with the Toronto Wildlife Conservancy to help to identify and work with potential sponsors and those interested in naming.
So if it aligns with the city's policy, then we'll also be able to get into not just, corporate sponsorship, corporate logos, but some of the things that you see in other cities are just sort of benevolent donations. I always make the joke that at the Bronx Zoo, you can't get a drink of water out of a water fountain without seeing it's been dedicated to the name of somebody 60 years ago and still is. And our naming policy accounts for that. So there may be more opportunity there. And the zoo is it's an attractive place to donate to people. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Those are the questions then. Thank you.
Thank you.
We ended on the letter Z.
We look forward to hosting you soon if you haven't been.
I haven't. It's a good 3 years, maybe 4. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for hanging in.
Okay. So, councillors, we are done doing our questions for review, and all I require, we're going to be done well before sundown. All I require is just a couple of motions. Is Councillor Perks logged on there? He is. Councillor Perks, why don't I move yours first? We have your briefing note request before us. There you go. I don't know if they've been emailed to you, but...
I can read it. The Budget Committee requests the following briefing notes. Social Development requests the ED, Social Development, to provide a briefing note outlining programs affected in 2026 by the loss of federal funding and a list of those programs that come to an end in 2026, and those that will be covered by city funds in 2026 but are at risk of closure. Outlining the number of eligible but unfunded applications in the MURA program and the estimated cost to fund them, including the total new funding in the 2026 budget being invested to support youth. In Children's Service, request the General Manager, Children's Service, to provide a briefing note on the reasons for the number of subsidies not meeting the targets set out by City Council and the reasons for lower funding for children with disabilities than in past years.
Okay. We were just having a quick offline there because the MURA clause really shouldn't be left in the social development motion.
You're right, yes.
But can we adopt it now and then it will be directed to the appropriate staff? It'll all come out in the wash? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, all in favor of that briefing note? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is endorsed unanimously. And then I have one from Councillor Chang. Which is on the screen now. There you go. Would you like Councillor Chang?
Request the city manager to provide a briefing note summarizing the budget allocated towards the prevention and eradication of intimate partner violence across all divisions.
Okay. All in favor of that one? Opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Those are the ones for now. There are a number of briefing notes that we looked at and decided not to do if they were too much analysis for the time frame to wrap up, or if there were other ways to deal with them. But I'm still available to help with those things if need be. But that is it for now because we adopted the other ones yesterday. So briefing notes are done. Now, do I need to move a motion? Oh, there we are. We're just moving this to get us to the wrap-up committee meeting. And that is that the consideration of the item be deferred until the January 24th, 2026 meeting of Budget Committee. And that'll be our wrap-up. And
23rd. It's the 23rd. It's the 23rd.
It's the 23rd.
It's the 23rd. It's not the 23rd.
Okay, I'm in your hands. All the dates are dancing around in front of my eyes at this point. But I do want to thank you all in advance because at some of the deputation locations, I won't be there. I'll be in another location. So for all of the deputations you'll experience next week, thank you very, very much. And for those I'm joining, I can't wait. All I need is a motion to adjourn. A motion to adjourn, Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you.